Ooh.
Da-da-da.
What are you?
Supposed to be doing our thing.
I don't even. Up. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me.
I can hear you.
I can't hear me. I can hear you a lot. Ah, there I am.
There you go.
Hey, we're back.
How about that?
It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the breaker. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Okay, so we are back.
Mm-hmm.
We are live. We missed you so very much.
Oh, yes, we did.
I know the mics sound a little bit strange again. We have gotten new microphones to deal with the situation we were dealing with before break. So our boys are in the studio hiding behind Kimmy for some reason.
Yes.
Watching the last week camera.
I don't want to be mean, but you boys are too big to hide.
You know what it's like?
You ain't hide and wait.
Remember those cartoon bears that would like
Yes.
try and stand behind a skinny tree?
Mm-hmm.
Like our engineering team is the greatest engineering team here.
But
in
you will
town.
lose hide and seek. every
Absolutely.
time.
Worst hide and seek team in the history of hide and seek. I missed you guys so much.
Yes.
By the way, hold on. We got to do weather.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sucks.
It's important. Yeah, it's bitterly cold outside. It says it's 22 degrees, but it feels a hell of a lot colder than
The wind
22
chill.
degrees. The wind chill is like 5,
Mm-hmm.
and it ain't going to get any better throughout the rest of the week.
Mm-hmm.
So bundle up accordingly.
Yes.
If you are watching our live stream, we have to get this right out of the way.
What happened?
What are you wearing on your head?
Headphones.
Those are new headphones.
Yes.
Where did you get them?
Amazon.
Did you see a picture of them first?
No, why? They were just.
They
They were
look
the.
like they have extra pieces that aren't necessary.
I don't know, but they were the highest rated ones on. It was the Amazon pick of headphones.
Okay.
What? What's
You-
wrong with them?
There's like buttons on the side. I feel like there's just a lot going on with these headphones.
You look like what every 60s cartoon predicted aliens was going to look like.
Yes.
What are you wearing?
I don't know.
You're
but
like such an idiot.
my other ones did. I've had those other ones for I don't even know how long.
Uh-huh.
Those headphones could be 20 years old, but they were a shot in the ass.
Didn't we just have a conversation
What?
about how you don't care, like, headphones, you buy them for $20, it's fine. What'd you spend on those headphones?
$87.
Why did you?
That was the cheapest ones they had, and they don't make these anymore.
They don't know. Here, God, what an old man take.
Well, no, everything's now. It's all Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, this,
Okay.
connected this. I go, no, I need the old ones you plug into something, and they only had like 3 choices.
He's not wrong. It is tough to find.
You can go to Best Buy, and they sell those Sony
Best
ones.
Buy, are they even open?
Yeah.
Where's our Best Buy?
Henrietta, Greece, Webster.
That's it.
behind your house. There's literally one next door.
But I bet you they're like $87.
No, they're like $20, $30.
Oh.
Dude, I cannot do this show.
They're very comfortable.
I cannot do this show if you're going to wear those headphones
Why?
every
What's
single
wrong
day.
with him?
You know what he looks like, Kimmy?
What?
He looks like every dad that got, what's that magazine? Or like the Sharper Image in the mall.
Yeah.
Like those are what the Sharper Image sells to idiots who don't know what they look like. Like, hey, I'd like to buy these headphones. Can I see a mirror? No. Okay, I'll take them anyway. What is wrong with you? You look like you're on a beach with a metal detector.
Oh, I wish it was on a beach. You stupid mouth.
There's a
Yeah,
phone.
Well, your
don't
mouth
get
full of
that- I don't
sand.
get that extra like thing that's like hovering above your head.
Yeah, it's like a little
foot of
extra.
wire above your head.
Right, so you can make adjustments. I got a weird shaped head.
You look like you have braces in the 1970s. You look like Jan from the Brady Bunch. What is wrong with you? Did you try them on in front of your wife?
No.
Good.
Well, it had nothing to plug into.
No, you don't have to use them. You could just look at them.
Yeah, but then I'd have to send them back. I don't want to send them back. I just want to be done with it.
Also, the ear part, far too big for your head.
No, but it fits around my
No,
hearing aids.
I remember his last pair was kind of like they had the bigger.
No, but I got the hearing aids, so it's got to go over all that. It sucks getting old. I'm
There
telling you
were
right
a lot
now.
of things he had to check off when
Yes.
looking for his headphones.
No, I mean, look, I'm glad that you're happy with your purchase. You just look like a complete moron.
I'm going to give it a thumbs up the next time I see Amazon.
You look like when they sell. You remember when they started selling those radio headphones?
Yeah,
where it was
yeah,
just
yeah.
like you could listen. Like that's what they look like. Like you have a radio in your head right now.
I'm very happy with my purchase, and I don't care what you think.
All right, so we are back for the first time in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We missed you guys so very much. And I'm going to say right out of the gate, because I know that today is the first day back for a long time for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
I have completely forgotten how to do my job.
Oh, wow.
Well, the kids were also off for like 2 weeks too, right? Which is kind of unique for school having off that long.
Yeah, well, my kids go to Catholic school. So, interesting fact, when you pay for your kids to go to school, they get more time off.
Yeah, the parochials. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
And it was great when I was a kid because I went to Aquinas, so I got all that extra time
Yeah.
off.
Yeah.
Sucks when your kids have it.
Yeah, I would
'Cause,
think.
Like normally, when we go on Christification, I have a couple of days like where I just have the house.
Yeah,
to
you get a
myself.
break.
Yeah, I did not get that.
You didn't get one?
No, No, the kids were home literally every day that I was
day?
home. Yeah, every single day. So, like, it's funny. I feel really bad for our engineers who are working really hard this morning. They got up early. They came in to help us out. I haven't been able to be a jerk for 2 weeks.
Yep,
Wow.
Yep. You came out firing.
Oh, I came out firing.
Well, yeah.
What about the great kazoo over here? Like, we came in here just really looking forward to seeing each other, and the second we walk in,
Oh, yeah.
and these poor engineers who got up at 3 o'clock in the morning to help us out got caught in the crossfire, and I think they both hate us now. Like, one of them's a baby. He's brand new. He's only been here for
I forgot. He's not a month.
and we're just insulting them to their faces.
I also
over and
feel
over
like
again.
this awkward need every time this happens to explain. Oh, this happens all the time. I swear. Like
How we
this is-
talk?
I swear, like they're not just being mean to you guys. They do. This is welcome to the room.
I'm just having fun.
Kimmy is the mom who actually has a bad
Oh,
kid.
they're just joking. They're just kidding around, you know.
But, like, there's this weird phenomenon, and I get that you don't do anything here, so this won't happen to you, Tommy. But, Kimmy, like, when you've been away from work for a week,
Yeah.
all of a sudden those things that you did every day, the ability to do them disappears.
It took me a couple minutes just to remember my passwords this morning. Like normally it's muscle memory because we're in here every morning typing it in. It's the first thing I do, and I was like, wait a second, I should have written this down.
Like, you and I, we've talked about this, Tommy. We're both very regimented people.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so I get up, I go downstairs, right, after I brush my teeth and all that stuff, right, I get my breakfast out of the fridge, get my sodas, grab my keys, leave the house and go. I came down, forgot to get my breakfast, left the house, had to go back in the house, put my keys down to get my breakfast, left my keys in the house, had to knock on the door to get my wife.
Oh, you had to
let me
wake
back in.
everybody up?
What choice?
I live in fear of waking my wife up.
I know you do. In fact, we will be talking about that later this week because you make a lot of sacrifices.
I play it cool. I'm really good at being quiet.
Yeah?
Well, not here, but when I have to be. Home.
Weren't you not allowed to use your coffee machine for a while?
Yeah, I finally brought it in from the garage when the kids left.
Nothing tastes better than you like garage coffee.
Oh, yeah.
You ain't it.
Uncle Tommy's garage coffee.
God.
Sauce.
Ugh. No, I got to tell you, man, like, it is, I love my family, and it was a nice, relaxing break.
But enough's enough. I got to say, enough's enough.
Well, like, it's a serious question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263 if you want to jump in. Like, what is what's the word I'm looking for?
The limit? Your limit?
Well, no, because limit makes it sound bad. Like, what is the ideal amount of time with direct family in a row?
Oh, like for the holidays?
Yeah, like, well, I'm just talking in general. Like, if you're going to take time off, right, how many days is ideal?
Concentrated family.
Because, like, for 2 weeks, like, my wife had the first week off, so we were all together, and that was great. And then my wife went back to work last week, and it was just me and the kids. And even though my kids are 14 and 12, they still have this constant need to be entertained at all times.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that they have devices in their hands that can answer any question any human being has ever. I was a little bit burned out.
Oh, but that's natural. Like 2 days is the limit. 7
Wait,
is
two?
2.
Two?
We had the grandkids for 7 days, right? And then they went back to Chicago. And yesterday they called. My wife goes, "Oh, the grandkids." I'm going, "Yep." Yeah, and like I just saw them for 7 straight days. I got nothing to say. You got nothing to say. What are we saying?
Well, I think grandkids are different because, like, your grandkids are 2 and, like,
And a baby.
yeah, 2 and a
Two and
baby.
a baby.
2 and a baby. Worst TV show of all time. No script.
But, like, I mean, Kimmy,
Yeah.
those are people that need your attention at all moments.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's true.
You-
Especially if you're only seeing them certain times of the year.
Yeah.
Like you got to get it all in a short amount.
But we
of
just
time.
had it Thanksgiving, then we got it again for
Yeah.
Christmas. So we had 2 weeks of it. So it's 14 days.
So a little bit of advice.
Like the Baton Death March. That was like 6 days. Those guys were done.
So 2 pieces of advice. 1, throw away those headphones. 2, don't ever say what you said about your
Yeah,
grandkids
yeah.
into a microphone
What?
ever again. What do you mean, what?
Still
What?
early.
7 days.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And like even like everybody got to that point where you couldn't fake it anymore. Like everybody's face said this was enough. Even though we weren't saying it, the face said it all. Like people were just you know when you get that look and you just can't get it off your
That's
face.
the look you have all the time.
Yeah, you
What's
can't
the
get it off his
difference?
face.
Yeah.
No, but can I teach
Like
you?
everybody in the house looked like me by the end.
You are older than me. You've been around longer.
Bro, I'm like twice your age.
No, I understand. So there's an argument that you are wiser, and you've bestowed a ton of life.
You know, I've seen some skanky ass crap.
You have, but this is the rare occasion where I have more experience than you.
I know, and I've asked you questions.
And you're doing great, and I'm proud of you. Let me give you some advice. There's such a thing called parent subtlety, where all you had to say was, "We had the grandkids for 7 days," and you stopped. And everyone that has kids would have been like, "Mm-hmm," but you. Like an idiot, 7 days, saying the kids suck, everyone's face, don't want to tell you. Everyone would have gotten it had you just stopped at 7 days with the grandkids.
Man. It's like I can't.
By the way, your life is a vacation, with all due respect.
Yeah, but it got interrupted. When's Tommy get a break? When's all Tommy time?
I mean, Kimmy, Tommy and I came in here guns a-blazing so hard. We don't even know what happened on your break.
Well, actually, they need to do a study on us and our schedules because I'm not even kidding you. 24 hours at like our first official vacation day. So sick. I was sick for like a week straight.
No kidding.
Like had no voice. Like I felt like crap. I had no energy. I laid around for like 7 days straight until I finally started feeling better.
See, I thought that was going to be me because all the kids were sick.
Yeah.
All the kids were sick, and I didn't get sick.
You're doing it again.
Well,
no, but like the
whiskey.
kids were sick. My wife got sick. Everybody was sick in my house. I go, I'm going to get it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I
die
was so
because I'm
sick.
going to get that pneumococcal pneumonia crap that all the old people get. I'm going to croak.
One of those things.
Yes.
A lot of cocknell.
But you know, I didn't get it.
You didn't get any cocknell?
Didn't get no pneumococals. You know why?
Why is that?
You know why? Booze, baby.
Booze and just nobody wanting to go near you. 'Cause that face you're making all the time.
No, like to the point about your study, for those who don't know, maybe you're new to the show, there is a pattern with Kimmy and I that leading up to...
Without fail.
Yeah, right before Christmas, we always take a little bit of a break.
Feeling great.
One of us will get so ill it requires like a hospital.
But you guys get like old people
Yeah.
ill.
Yeah.
Like you had scurvy, or no,
shingles.
Shingles. I had scurvy. I ended up in the hospital with a growth in my belly button that had to be drained.
Oh, I
a couple
forgot about
years
that.
ago.
Yeah. Didn't you get shingles too or something?
I got shingles also leading up to one
Gotta
of our
get that
vacations.
shot, bro.
But like, no,
No, you can't get the shot until you're like 55.
yeah.
Eh.
Now you just get shingles. You're still dealing with the shingle stuff from 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that lingers for a long time. You have like issues after that for a while. So that's fun.
So yeah,
But this wasn't shingles. This was just straight up illness.
that sucks. Did your
Yeah.
husband get sick?
No. I think I got
He's the Iron Man. Look at that guy.
We
Sexy
had a
looking
couple.
boy.
We had a couple coworkers get sick like just before break, and it sounds like I had something similar to what they had. So I'm wondering if I got it from down the hall.
Well, thank you for not giving it to us
Mm.
because
Yeah.
I had a wonderfully healthy, fun, relaxing break. It sounds like you did too, right?
I would have loved to sit in bed with chills.
No, you wouldn't. This was awful.
We have a dynamite learn parent subtlety kind of breaker for you this morning here on CMF. All right, we are back.
Oh, boy.
There is so much to talk about.
You ain't kidding.
Okay, first of all, it's a post-game Monday. The Bills lose their fourth game of the season, but that doesn't matter. We know now who the Bills will be playing in the opening round of the playoffs. We'll get into that.
Do we know when?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And this has been a fun season for the Buffalo Bills.
Well, yeah, it worked out nice.
And the expectations walking into versus what has become, awesome. But here's what sucks about playing the way the Bills have played the last couple of years.
What's that?
A fun season isn't good enough anymore, right? If the Bills don't do something over the next couple of weeks,
You got to make that move.
this season won't even be remembered. You'll forget everything that happened. The question is, how much do they have to win where the last 3 months matters? We'll get to that just after 6:45. Just after 7:45, normally that's where we do a Muley postgame excuse Monday, but Tommy didn't make his picks. We were on break.
Yeah.
So we are going to be doing a very special Tommy Tells It Like It Is playoffs edition.
Oh,
How's that work?
I have 4 over-unders for this Bills playoff run and things that will happen.
early, Tommy.
Okay.
Well, I want this for after the Super Bowl.
Okay.
So we'll be doing the actual Tommy Tells It Like It
Okay.
Is on Friday.
So this
as
is
standard.
a long game we're playing. here.
Exactly.
The playoffs.
Yep. We'll get to that. And then just after 9 o'clock, we'll have our good buddy from 13 UM at Buffalo Plus, Dan Fates, on with us.
Okay.
Also, just after 7 o'clock, the town of Greece has installed some things while we were on break to get help catching people doing illegal things.
Oh,
And they say, especially over the last week, it has worked very well.
fantastic.
But here's the problem.
What's that?
Based on some complaints you had and a bunch of our listeners, where stuff like this showed up in another place, You want these down and taken away.
Oh, the scam cam?
Because it's not fair. Criminals should have the ability to beat the cops, is what I remember you saying. That's what you said, right?
That camera's crap.
That camera crap and more.
Scam.
But first,
What?
hell of a situation out in Bergen yesterday. Did you see the pictures of this van?
No, what happened?
Oh, my goodness. We will tell you what happened with one Amazon delivery. And here's the thing.
What?
When it comes to buying stuff online with Amazon especially, we are spoiled and we expect our stuff to be there when it says it's going to be.
Yeah, that's the deal.
But like people that were complaining had no idea why their package didn't make it. We'll get to it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF.
Ooh.
Ooh. I hate
Come
you
on.
so much.
Come
Bro,
on.
okay, you know what? 2 weeks off.
Timing.
I want to go back home. We've had one break in 30 seconds, and I want to go back home. This is not something you'd expect to see every day.
What happened?
Especially in a tiny town on a lazy Sunday. And you would be upset if the package that was expected to be delivered did not show up on time.
Oh, sure.
The question is, did these people know why their package was not there on time? You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We are back. We are live. We missed you so much just after 6:45 on this post-game Monday. The regular season is done.
Yep.
The Bills have a date with destiny on Sunday, and we'll get into that in just a little while. But this season, based on how well the Bills have played the last couple of years, does not matter unless they do these things over the next couple of weeks. The question is, how much do they have to do?
You know what they got to do.
Okay, we'll get into it just after 6:45 here on a post-game Monday in the break room on CMF. Did you see what happened in Bergen yesterday?
What happened?
Jericho Road, an Amazon delivery truck burst into flames.
Wait, it just out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. Well, okay, I don't know if it was out of nowhere.
Are they electric or are they gas?
Okay, so in the story, and we'll touch on this again in a second, there are some electric, there are some gas. They said in the story, and they were specific about this, this was not an EV Amazon van.
So straight up old school gasoline.
Pure, uncut Colombian gasoline van. You did not see the pictures of this thing?
How bad?
Bro, it was
To the chassis?
the Amazon logos melted off the van.
Damn.
It was insane. So the front of it is white. The flames were coming out of like the engine block area. It's barely a van.
So everything in it's toast.
I would assume so. Literally toast. So the good news.
Good news.
No one was hurt. News 10 says the truck fire was under control within the first 5 minutes of the department arriving.
Wow.
The bad news,
Yeah.
like you said, there is no way
It's all gone.
anything in that truck was salvageable.
It's got to be ruined.
And that means there are folks yesterday out in Bergen who were supposed to get their Amazon packages and did not get them on account of the packages being on fire.
Charred.
You should tell the folks who didn't get their packages why they didn't get their packages, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Because, like, Kimmy, if you were unaware that you didn't get your package on time because the driver was in a van that caught on fire, you're probably going to say some things you'll regret after you found out the van caught on fire.
But who am I talking to?
Amazon.
I'm calling my local Amazon.
Or reaching out to, you gotta before you write that review, you should probably tell the people who had their packages delayed.
Yeah. Give them a heads up.
Right.
Because you know what they could have done, because I've gotten this notification before. They give you your package is missing, and that's all it kind of says. So that would probably lead to some people calling and complaining and being really, really upset that package that they saw was on the way that is now missing, or they cannot locate my package. That's probably going to lead to some angry phone calls.
Because, Tommy, this truck was on the side of the road.
Yeah.
So it's possible that the person that was about to get a package did not get it because the truck burst into flames as they were driving.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So you would be tracking the truck. It's outside of your house, and all of a sudden the package does not show up because the van is on
You're
fire.
pissed.
So Amazon, at least in the past, has not had the greatest history of how they treat their employees.
Yeah, they're a little rough.
Little rough is the understatement of the century. Upton Sinclair over here. Does the truck driver have to go back to work that day?
God, I hope not.
His van caught on fire.
Yeah.
His or her van caught on fire.
Like, does somebody come pick them up and put them in a new truck to drive around? How does that, or do you just simply call it a day?
252 WCMF. Like, I know there are people listening that work at Amazon facilities that have worked as Amazon drivers. If you get in an accident or something out of your control to your vehicle happens, do they put you in another vehicle to finish the day?
So I did see there was an Amazon van like broken down on the side of the street once. And that driver, another Amazon truck was parked in front of it. It seemed like that driver got out, got into the new truck. They were like unloading from one truck into the new truck.
Yeah, maybe they have to do
And
that
I don't
just to
know
keep
if
it
somebody
going.
stayed with the other one while somebody was like going to come in. But the driver definitely moved on and kept delivering packages.
Oh, I'm sorry. 1%er Tommy just showed up again. Yeah, you have to. What choice do you have as he almost died in a car fire? Get back to work. Dude, were you not visited by 3 ghosts on Christmas Eve? What the hell's wrong with you, man?
I did see kind of like this. We were on vacation We were in one of them city bus tours,
Yeah.
and our bus crushed a guy's car. It was a BMW, gorgeous car, young kid driving it, drove over to the back of it. We all got stuck. So nobody's hurt, right?
Okay, yeah.
But this driver, our bus driver, really effed up bad. But they pulled up another bus. We all got off that bus, and then our driver got on that bus and just kept going. Like, he filled out the police reports while we waited, and then they just went off. It was like the weird. I thought, like, this guy's done, like, because it's clearly his fault. But like, they just stayed on the schedule.
Okay, but that's a little bit different. I get.
Well,
what
I'm just
you're
saying they just. But my point is, like, the schedule just goes on.
Okay, I understand, but there's a difference between you made a mistake, fix it,
Right.
and I can't imagine that the person who was driving this Amazon van in Bergen did something to cause the engine to catch fire.
Right, but if it wasn't like a traumatic thing, like the thing just got hold on. There's many types of car fires, Pat.
Why don't you look?
This is not Daytona 500 hitting
No,
the wall.
it looks-
It was, they just, let's say the car, you smell smoke, you pull over, the car bursts into flames, you get out, you're fine. The truck's ruined. I think you can go to work.
How about you look at the picture of the van fire before you decide it
Yeah, but
wasn't?
it didn't go off a cliff or something.
Bro, you got a speeding ticket camera, and you bitched about it for 3 months.
Yeah,
If
because I
your-
got the shaft.
If your car caught on fire, you'd be taking a sled to work for the rest of your life. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about an Amazon delivery truck that burst into flames yesterday afternoon on Jericho Road in Bergen. Like, it was aflame.
It's gone, right?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what you can't save this thing.
No.
Again, no one was hurt, thank God. The news went out of their way to say it was not an EV vehicle, an electric vehicle, but a standard gas truck. And we're trying to figure out what the appropriate response is with the Amazon driver. Did you send him back to work that day? Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning and Happy New Year. I could swear it's 2025, but when I started the YouTube stream this morning, it looks like Tommy's headphones are somewhere from the era where he'd be calling the Titanic. What are you thinking? Right. Where are you people? Right. The hell is happening here? Dear Lord. Anyways, I wanted to call with that poor woman who was run over in New Orleans, who was an Amazon employee, and they initially denied any compensation or any time off for her. But then, once the story broke and Amazon got some backlash, they were like, oh, yeah. We offered her plenty of time and all the support and money that she needed. So does this driver have to go back to work? I bet you he does.
Well, it is amazing. Like, and not just Amazon. We see this with other, like, billion-dollar companies, right? Like, they change their mind when the backlash hits. The story's gonna get out.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So
I know,
why
I
not
know.
just handle it up front with this single person that's involved in this horrific thing that happened?
Yeah, but they never do.
But why not? Learn your lesson,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, gone are the days of Tommy's headphones. They'll never hear about this story. That'll be great. We'll take some time off. Nobody will know.
Jeremy,
All right, happy to talk to you and see you dicks again. Tommy, your mic keeps cutting in and out. I don't know
you're
if
welcome.
it's just on the live stream, but, nobody really notices except for your volume just goes up and down. Your funniness level just stinks. I love you all. Happy New Year.
love you too, Jeremy. There goes Jeremy. First call of the year.
Glowing review.
You're ugly, you suck, everybody go
Yeah.
home. Okay, so let me ask you that. No, I'm not going to ask you because you're a dick. Kimmy, I'm going to ask you because you're a normal human being whose dad
Kind
wasn't
of.
a millionaire, so you don't have these
Okay.
1%er Vanderbilt takes over here. What is the appropriate amount of time off for an employee whose van catches on fire?
Couple days.
Please don't make noises.
well,
I asked Kimmy.
Okay.
Hey, it's Katie.
This person is not hurt, right?
They were not hurt, but
Okay,
they were
okay.
involved.
Traumatized.
Yes, they're sitting in their car, and all of a sudden,
I would say a few days, like two days. 2 days is fair.
Oh, I'm not Kimmy. I can't talk.
oh, my butt hurts so bad. Look at my butt. Look at my headphones instead. Like I'm
What?
gonna wash my jeans, bring them in here, and hang them over that wire on top of your headphones to dry them out.
You're asking me how much time?
2 days. Kimmy said 2 days.
2 days is max. That's super max enough. You weren't
Super
hurt.
max enough.
I mean, you walked out of the thing. It caught on fire. You saw it burn. It's not even your vehicle.
Bro.
Like, you're not even out any money.
But that is a near-death experience, is it not?
That's about as far away as near death as you're going to get.
No. Life would be as far away from near death. Like right now.
That's not near death. Like, you stood near a death fire. But you didn't. You weren't in it.
Stood near a death
You walked out. The thing caught on fire. That's not near death.
Bro, you were in a car that burst
okay.
into flames.
Like, if that thing barrel rolled and burst into flames, you had to walk out.
That would also be a near-death
Yeah, yeah.
experience. combined, like, side by side with this one.
Like, let's say this plant sitting next to you just burst into flames for
the burning
whatever
bush.
reason.
Yeah, I mean, I would jump up and let's just say this plant caught on fire.
Sure.
Yeah.
I jumped out like a little sissy boy and I ran over there and we put it out. And then I go, yeah, I got to take a few days off.
You
That was
would,
too much.
because for you jumping out of that chair would probably cause some sort of injury that would lead to you needing a day or two off.
All right, let's say I pull a nut jumping out of the seat.
Sure.
I think I could sit here with a pulled nut and do a show.
Yeah, but you don't actually work. Like this person in the Amazon.
But you asked me a question.
She
I
asked you a
answered, and you
question.
tell me I don't work.
She asked you a question,
I
and
did.
you
It was
don't
me.
work. You can't. You're not winning anywhere. We're one day into the new year of the show, and you suck. You suck so long and so hard. You are the radio equivalent of a van fire. Let's take a break. The stage is set.
Oh, yeah.
Your Buffalo Bills have a date with destiny in 6 days. And there are pluses and minuses to your team being very good. The Bills have been very good the last couple of years.
come on, man.
And this season especially has been one of the more fun seasons in recent memory. But what sucks about expectations is if you do not meet those expectations, everything else can be for nothing. Which means for the Bills, if they want this season to matter long term, they have to do something.
Oh, yeah.
The question is, what do they have to do?
You know what they got to do.
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, I'm going to tell you.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, buddy.
welcome to Real Football.
Mm-hmm.
Because as fun as this past season has been for the Bills, in the grand scheme, didn't mean a thing. And when you have a team of this caliber, only one thing matters.
Mm-hmm.
Which means for this entire season to actually matter, there is a point this team has to get to. The question, Tommy,
Yeah.
what is that point?
What's our goal?
Well, no, we know what the goal is. What's the point?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We are back. We are live. We are on our YouTube channel. You can check us out, or the live stream, Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF, on YouTube or Twitch, brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing.
Yeah.
Three Heads Brewing, you're not allowed in with those headphones. Just after 7 o'clock, the town of Greece has installed something new in an effort to fight this crime, which, although decreasing, is still a problem here 5 years after it first started. And in the time we were gone, these have been installed and, according to authorities, are showing that they're working.
Good.
No, it's not, because according to you and a bunch of people on the show, these things shouldn't be legal.
Oh.
In fact, I believe you and a bunch of other people on the show said that criminals should be given the ability to outsmart the cops, and this eliminates that. So based on your take, these shouldn't be allowed.
But it ain't copping. It's camera.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Your Buffalo Bills dropped their final game of the season in New England yesterday. Didn't matter for Buffalo.
Well, it was preseason.
Josh got his one snap to preserve his starting streak. He hits the bench. That game sure as hell mattered for New England, though, and it was a legitimate tire fire for them by the end of the day.
I was shocked, bro.
So New England walked into the game, if you didn't know, in sole possession of the first overall pick in the NFL draft.
All they had to do was lose.
That's it. They didn't. Because of that, the Patriots have slid back to fourth?
I think fourth now.
They're drafted fourth.
Yeah.
Then literally right after the game, the Patriots announced that first-year head coach Gerard Mayo had been fired. He didn't even have the job for a full calendar year.
Damn.
So you went from Belichick having the job from 97 until 2000 or 2023 to less than a year later, you fired the guy to
You
replace
didn't give the guy a chance.
I know.
They said the guy had nothing to work with. He had a good quarterback and nothing.
Yeah.
I do feel bad when coaches don't even. I mean, they get like a season, because how much can you really do in 1 year, especially if you weren't around for the draft or anything?
It looks like they're going after former Patriot Mike Vrabel, and that's why they made that move.
Seems to be the move.
Time will tell. But we're not here to talk about the Patriots or a meaningless regular season game.
What are we talking about?
The stage is set for Buffalo's first playoff game.
Yeah.
They get the Denver Broncos at home Sunday, 1 o'clock on CBS. Denver blew out the Chiefs' backups yesterday to earn the right to make the playoffs. Denver is 10-7. They've got a pretty good defense. They got a rookie quarterback in Bo Nix that looks like he could eventually be something. Interestingly enough, though, Tommy, despite having 10 wins as a team, the Broncos, they've only beaten 2 teams with a winning record, the Buccaneers and the Chiefs yesterday on their second and third
they don't
string.
count.
Yeah, exactly. So they have 10 wins, one real one against a team that is in the playoffs.
So it's smoke and mirrors with these guys.
Possibly.
All right.
Possibly.
Good.
Tommy?
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10 right now, how confident are you for the Bills to go handle business on Sunday?
Oh, with Denver?
Yeah.
Oh, it should be easy.
How many Denver games have you watched this year?
I watched that one yesterday.
They're a team that's improved throughout the season, I would say.
I don't know, but it's hard to tell because they got beat by the Bengals 2 weeks ago, and I don't think the Bengals are a good team.
But I thought the Bengals kind of were the same way. Like they. He's making a hand motion.
I'm sorry, I'm okay. We're back. We're live.
You can do it.
I would say like the Bengals were a team that if the Bills had to face them in the playoffs, I did not want that match.
Based on history, but I don't think the Bengals are a good team. Look. So you're confident in the Bills going to handle business?
Should, don't you think?
I don't know yet. I'm going to need a couple days.
It helps that they're home. The Bills are home.
Yep.
And the kid's new.
He's
a Bama kid, right?
Yeah. Bo Nix, no.
I think with Alabama.
Oregon. Well, he played at a couple different places.
Oh.
But it wasn't Bama.
When I hear Bo, I always think the South.
He could be from the South.
So fun fact, and they said this in the broadcast.
What?
He's from Arkadelphia, Arkansas, which I didn't know was a place.
It's that weird area that we know about where They just combine names and they
Yes.
get close to each other,
Yes.
like the Arklatex
Yep.
or Texoma. When these things get close and they don't know how to spell.
No, he's right. Like, here, we're in Texarkana now.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's fine. Okay, so, Kimmy, on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you on the Bills to handle business on Sunday?
I'm gonna put it at a solid 8.
Okay.
You know, I think something pretty bizarre would have to happen
Yeah, I gotta
for
go
them
10
to
all the way.
really screw this up.
So you're
The weather I don't like, but we're
Oh,
gonna
it's
have
gonna
to
be
deal with
cold.
that with it being home.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like Denver's a warm weather city, so that doesn't
No, but you
Right.
said when they got to travel, they struggle.
West Coast going east struggles. So just so you know right now, the Bills are favored by 9.5 points on Sunday.
Ooh, that's a blowout.
We are at the point now as Bills fans where for the season itself to really matter, something remarkable has to happen. Gone are the days of being excited for making the playoffs, winning a playoff game, beating a good team along the way. Something special has to go down for a season like the one we had to really stick in your head. So, Tommy, I will ask you this question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, as we are back live with you here Monday the 6th. Tommy,
Yeah.
how far do the Bills have to go in the playoffs for this season to matter?
Oh, they got to get there.
So just get to the Super Bowl.
No, and then you got to push it in.
So you have to win the Super Bowl.
You got to get there and push it all the way in.
So
son.
for this, oh,
Yeah, that's what it's going to sound like when we get done with you.
no, what?
Oh, stop.
God,
No, but you got to
Too
ram it in.
much.
stop.
See, Tracy, you know, like you've been gone for a while, so we got to find that level again, and you've gone too far.
Do you have some?
Come back.
Do you have
Come
a
back.
person in those headphones telling you to say these things because they're big enough? So you're saying for this season to matter, the Bills have to win the Super Bowl.
Well, listen, man. What else? What else is there? I mean, you're not going to be satisfied. I would say this: if they get a home win against Baltimore, they're going all the way. If they get past Baltimore,
Oh my God!
There's no guarantee that they play Baltimore.
There's no guarantee they win on Sunday.
I know, but if you ask me the right question, if they could get past Baltimore, which I think is their only challenge,
Oh my God!
because they've beaten Kansas City,
They've beaten Kansas City.
Yeah,
and
already
if they
in the
get
last
them,
three
they
before.
beat Detroit. So, to me, if you can get a home win against Baltimore, you're going to run the table.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
Run the table, and that's got to be on the T-shirt. Push it in.
Kimmy, what do the Bills have to do in the playoffs for this season?
Oh,
to
I think
matter?
they definitely have to get to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I think that's the next
But you
step.
don't want to
is
push it in.
Getting.
No push,
Well, that'd be nice.
but just a tip.
But I think it would be nice just to prove that they are the champions of the AFC, period.
Okay,
But
so
that's 5 runs at the Super Bowl, man.
But they haven't
And
been
You
the-
couldn't pull the trigger.
the question is not what we want. The question is, what do they have to do for this season to be a memorable one where it doesn't just blend in with the rest of them? So for you, it's make it to the Super Bowl.
Yes,
For
next
you,
step.
it's all or nothing.
Yes.
Okay. You know, when you think about it,
Mm.
it kind of makes being a Bills fan a little more depressing.
You-
Than it already is
know.
over the century.
Let me put it this way. You have a quarterback that has had an MVP season.
You got one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time right now.
You're right. You have a year of guys you never expected to step up and make names for themselves. Like, this was a fun year. You beat the Chiefs and the Lions. You were the only team in the NFL to do so.
Yeah.
Other than the Bucks. We got to meet Keon Coleman. We got to meet Mac Hollins, like two really interesting, fun characters. You were picked to finish third in your division, and you locked it up the week after Thanksgiving. Like, all of that should mean something.
Yeah.
But it does feel like if they don't get past Kimmy where this team has already been, which has been an appearance in an AFC championship, all of this fun will have been for absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Like, this season will not get remembered at all.
yeah, I think you're right.
Because, like, Thurman Thomas won an MVP in 91, 92, and there are lots of Bills fans under the age of 40 that have no idea that
But
happened.
nobody
No.
cares.
Well, Thurman cares.
But this MVP crap that I heard all day yesterday, it's like, who gives a crap? That's the point.
Everybody
Well, I
is
think it's
talking
actually been
about
a kind of a fun race compared to past years.
But I mean,
think,
it's
like,
pointless.
I think that there are so many people in the running for this that it's kind of. I mean, like there are like your top picks, but I think it's kind of. I feel like it's been. Maybe it's just the Bills fan in me because I've been paying attention to it more. But I feel like it's been talked about more than normal this year.
Well, it's
that
because
MVP race.
Josh is the leader in the clubhouse, and for whatever reason, and as much as they glow all over Josh,
Mm-hmm.
like whenever it comes to like accolades, like a Pro Bowl berth, like Josh Allen has been in the league 7 years now.
Yeah,
He's been
yes.
he's been a top flight quarterback for 5.
Yeah.
You know, this is only his third Pro Bowl. He was elected to the Pro Bowl over the weekend. It's only his third Pro Bowl appearance.
Oh.
How is that even possible?
And didn't he get in like early on because somebody wasn't in?
You got it. He's never gone. But I
Yeah.
guess what I'm saying is,
Hey,
like,
doesn't he always go and play golf at Pebble Beach?
I don't blame the guy, right? Like, okay, you're
What's
okay,
the
fine,
point?
whatever. Look, the good news here,
Good news.
as we talk about the Bills, it's announced late last night they
Yeah.
will be playing the Denver Broncos 1 o'clock Sunday on CBS in Orchard Park in the wild card round. Every team in the AFC playing in the playoffs is vulnerable. We know the Chiefs have been winning by the skin of their ass all season. That is a beatable team. Baltimore,
That's the tough one.
despite that primetime game against the Bills where they were blown out early in the year, they have some big-time weaknesses. And there have been teams that have been able to exploit Baltimore's weaknesses. Do they have 5 losses? Like 5 legitimate losses.
Okay.
I mean, the Bills have 4, but one of them was
Yeah.
against the Patriots
Right.
yesterday, right? And outside of Baltimore and Kansas City, it's not like there's another AFC team that's, like, terrifying. Does Pittsburgh, L.A., Houston, do those teams
No.
scare you?
No.
No. I mean, if you're somebody playing those teams, you feel like you got the better matchup. But at the same time, like, I feel like in the playoffs, it's one of those things where it's anything can happen. Everybody's going to be on their. Everybody is going into it with a clean slate.
I understand.
You know what I mean?
understand. But, I mean, there are some games as a Bills fan you walk into, as optimistic as you are, you start to see the things that mount against you, right? Like, I mean, there isn't a divisional opponent. Like, the Jets and the Dolphins didn't make it, so you don't have that weird third game of the season. They know everything about you. The Bengals didn't make it in. They were eliminated last night, so you don't have that, they've had our number the last couple of years. I don't want to have to play that team again. You have a lot of experience with Baltimore and Kansas City, so those games will not be a surprise. And the other teams, you've seen them struggle mightily.
weak.
I mean,
They're kind of weak.
compared to the other two,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, and I think the most exciting part, and tell me if you think I'm wrong, right now, the Bills may be the healthiest they've ever been for a playoff run in the McDermott era.
That's good.
Would you agree with that? Who's hurt?
Nobody.
Yeah, I can't think of it. I mean,
Milano's healthy.
Yeah, I mean,
Bernard is going to be good to go
taken
on
You
some
Monday.
got
rests.
a bye yesterday.
Yeah,
really.
towards
You
the end
rested
of the
all those
season.
guys, so
Yeah.
you're good.
yeah, I kind of assumed.
There's
Like,
no excuses.
yeah.
Right now.
Right now.
No, because
Right now. Oh my God.
it's been an hour, and I would like another 2 weeks off, please. No, I mean, like you said, you got the rest of the guys yesterday, right?
It all
I
fell
kinda-
your way.
And I kind of figured like those guys that were out the last few games, I kind of figured like maybe they were just really taking their time to make sure they were 100% before coming back because those last few games were.
You didn't need them.
Yeah, I mean,
Didn't
you
count.
did, but.
And I mean, look, you look at the last couple of years, like the key pieces you were missing. Last year, it's Matt Milano. You lose Bernard in the wild card game. So, again, you had a guy off the couch in A.J. Klein who performed admirably, but he was not going to win you a game in that position. The year before that, you lost Von Miller at Thanksgiving. He was out for the season. Tre'Davious White was making his way back from that injury, so you had one half of your defensive backcourt completely gone. Like, knocking on wood right now, I really like where we're at.
Yeah, you
I
should.
really, it does kind of feel like one of those, if not now, when
This is
moments.
it.
Like
This is
what
the moment.
What can the Bills have better than they have right now?
Nothing.
It's. I don't want to speak anything into existence. I'm afraid to talk.
And you know what the funniest part is?
But
Like,
you got rid of all the old farts and the crybabies. So you're in good shape.
you know, if we did that in
Nobody
the room,
thought that going into the season, though.
if we did that in the break room, if we got rid of all the old farts and the crybabies, it
Nobody
would just
would be left.
Kimmy left. I'm sorry. All right, let's take a break.
Excited.
It is a post-game Monday.
Oh, boy.
Now, normally just after 7:45, we recap Tommy's picks from last week.
Yeah, you kicked me around.
Yeah. But Tommy didn't make picks. We were gone. We're going to do a special playoff version of Tommy Tells It Like It Is that we're going to save for after the Super Bowl because I have 4 over-under picks when it comes to the Bills and their performance in the playoffs. So we'll get to that just after 7:45. Also just after 9 to get into this playoff game on Sunday and the run and all the things that happened to the NFL yesterday. We have our good buddy from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus, Dan, Hot Takes, Fates, just after 9. But before we get to all that, the town of Greece has made a move. And this is a pretty significant move. The timing's interesting.
Yeah.
Because the last 2 weeks of December is kind of like a news dead zone, right? Not a lot of people paying attention.
Yeah.
Right? You're sleeping in. So maybe they did this on purpose to avoid controversy. They say these things they installed to keep the town safe are already working.
Good.
And although these are down, they're still happening and need to be addressed. But what sucks, Tommy,
What's that?
is despite the fact that law enforcement says these are effective, based on takes you've had and other people that called, on these being in other places in the community, you got to take them down. Because I believe the statement from you was,
What's that?
people have a right to try and trick the cops into not getting arrested.
Well, if you don't get caught, no harm, no foul.
Okay, so take these down then.
I don't know what it is yet.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. WCMF. Since these have been installed
Yeah.
in this Rochester suburb, authorities say they are arresting folks they thought they never would have caught.
Wow.
It's making it easier to get these potentially dangerous people who are breaking the law off the street. And it's all being done via camera. If you're a law-abiding citizen, the argument for the folks for this is there's nothing to worry about. But based on another story we saw where cameras were catching folks in our area breaking the law, Tommy, you and a lot of folks that listen to this show, you'd have to hate this idea then, right?
I'm not a big fan of camera.
No, I understand. So let's get rid of these things then, huh?
Maybe so.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We are back. We are live. We missed you so much. Just after 7:25, 7:30 this morning, a man was arrested east of us for not leaving his home.
Right. He didn't leave and he got in trouble.
He did not leave his home. And it wasn't like a standoff situation. This was actually for his own good.
Oh.
And this, I promise you, we've covered a lot of stories in like the 12, 13 years we've done this show.
How does this work?
We've never seen a man who would not leave his house when this was happening. And we'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So we missed a story while we were on vacation.
What's that?
Right before Christmas, the town of Greece made a major announcement. They installed what are called LPRs. You familiar?
No.
They are cameras that take license plate pictures, license plate readers.
Okay.
The town of Greece says they plan, and when it's all said and done, to put up around 50 of these cameras, and some of them
Wait,
are
50 just in one town?
50. It is one of the largest
Yeah.
suburbs in America, Tommy.
Ain't that big.
50. And there are some already up, which we'll get to in a second.
So what happens?
Well, they will not be giving out the precise locations of the cameras.
Oh, sneaky cam.
You got it.
Mhm.
Story on 13 Wham says the cameras have been installed to catch folks in stolen cars and to help locate missing persons. And when it comes to the stolen cars,
How many missing people we missing in Greece?
actually,
One?
no, there's a ton of missing people stories now. Like there's 2 a day of like teenagers or elderly folks that go missing.
We usually said the old guy with the dementia.
Yeah, and if he's
You'll
driving,
find him in the spring.
when it comes to the stolen cars,
Yes.
the Greece Police Department says the cameras are already working.
All right, so they're nailing the cars. All right.
They're nailing the cars.
All right.
Welcome back. In the last week and a half, the Greece Police Department says the cameras have helped the police department make multiple stolen vehicle apprehensions. So that's good.
That's very good.
But there's a problem, Tommy.
What's that?
Folks in this area don't seem to like cameras doing the job of law enforcement. For example, there was a very effective camera placed on 490 just over the Freddie Sue Bridge that caught tens of thousands of Rochesterians breaking the law,
Speeding.
which is breaking the law.
Lighten it up.
And when you were caught 47 times on that
Yes.
camera, you and a lot of people like you that called the show said it was unfair and it was a money grab and the camera should be taken down. That's not real police work. That's what you said.
Yeah, it's kind of Big Brother stuff.
So this is the same thing,
like that,
right?
Like that book.
So this is the same thing?
It kind of is.
Oh, okay. So take the cameras down?
Well, let the cops do their job.
Oh.
Hire more cops. You're putting cops out of work.
Hire more cops. I don't know if it's possible to hire more cops. Bro, you walk through the town of Greece and you're just bumping into cops all over them. Oh, sorry. Oh, my apologies.
I mean, did the cops want it?
I mean, I'm not a cop. I don't know. Why would they not?
Because I think they want to do their job.
Well, I think this may help them do their job. You know what I mean? Like if they need to go back and see something or check something out that, you know.
I don't know.
Or identify. No, it's just weird.
It sounds like I'm going to get pinched for speeding or something.
Or stealing a car.
Stealing a car.
Uh-huh. So you are anti-license plate reader cameras in Greece.
Not crazy about it.
Take them down. Would you be anti-license plate reader had you not gotten a ticket on the camera on the Freddie Sue Bridge?
I don't know.
Maybe you're
I can't
a
answer
little
that question.
jaded here.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And I'll ask this question. Where is the line? What is the difference between this camera and the camera that everyone was screaming about was a scam on the bridge? Because both of them are there to prevent potentially deadly consequences. They're both there to help law enforcement catch folks that are doing things they should not be doing. It is hard to see why the camera on the bridge is no, but these cameras catching stolen cars are yes. What's the difference?
I don't think these cameras solve anything.
Oh,
they don't.
Except for the crimes that they say they solve?
I shouldn't say solve.
Yeah.
Deter. I still think people
I
are
don't
going to
think that
speed.
they're making an argument that they deter.
I think people are going to keep ripping off cars.
But you want to be able to catch those.
Right, right.
But we've always caught criminals before with just goods. Police work.
No, bro, you confuse NYPD Blue with the real world.
Those are both quality shows.
No,
I mean, very different directions.
when cops stop using cameras, it's start getting real. Yeah, it's so funny.
Listen, man, I've been through the fire, man. I know.
Through the fire?
It cost me $250 to go home.
Don't speed, you idiot. And he's still
Speed 52.
By the way, he's still boycotting the highway.
Oh, I'm done. I'm done with the interstate system.
Doesn't make sense. Well, no, but what's weird about this, too, is when it
What's
comes
that?
to cameras, you're all over the place because you don't want cameras doing police work. But you said the other day, about a month ago, when we talked about how Wegmans had installed cameras in a store in Brooklyn to follow people around, catch shoplifters and stuff, that didn't bother you at all. You would still shop at Wegmans. You're fine with it.
Well, I love Wegmans.
And your argument was, I'm on camera everywhere. What's the difference?
Well, I am.
So where the hell are you falling down on this?
When it cost me $250.
You're such a bitch.
When I get a bill.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about these cameras that the town of Greece installed over the last 2 weeks. They are called LPRs, license plate readers. And according to the Greece Police Department, they are there to catch stolen cars and missing persons. And they say just in the last week that there have been a couple of investigations where the license plate readers identified cars that were stolen and they were able to arrest people for it. But Tommy doesn't like cameras. And he said that police should be doing their jobs without the cameras.
Well, yeah, let the cops do their job.
Well, it's kind of assists them, though. Wouldn't that be a
And you better
benefit
hope
to them?
I can't wait till you get pulled over next. Hello, officer.
I'm for the cops.
doing your job today, I see.
I'm for the police getting more cops and more
I'm for
jobs.
the police getting more cops and more jobs.
Yes.
You're such a...
I'm going to build up the forces.
Shut up. Let's talk to Victor. He's on CMF. Hey, Victor. How you been, buddy?
Good morning, guys. Welcome back.
Thanks, man.
Hey, right now the Bills' victory is almost guaranteed in the Super Bowl, so I would just mark it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. These cameras have been installed at the mall for over a year and a half right now. You pull in, they know your license plate. They follow you throughout the parking lot. You get out of your car, they follow you through the mall. They know exactly where you are at every single moment. So this is nothing new at all.
Okay, well, there is a difference. Now, here's the thing. We don't know that for sure, and it's possible, but just to be clear.
No, I know it for sure. I've seen.
Oh,
I've
well,
seen
you
the
didn't say it
video.
was a Victor guarantee.
He's king for sure.
The point I'm making
No,
is this.
I've
Victor,
seen the video. They have facial recognition. They alert the police. They know when someone comes in a mall with a stolen vehicle. They know where you are
Okay,
at all times.
but the point I'm making is this, right? If it's installed at a private business, I have a choice. I can make a decision to go to that business, and if I have a problem with it, I can say, well, I'm not going to frequent that business. The difference here is this is a government.
So it's on public property.
Exactly, right? And they're not telling us, Victor, exactly where they are, which, I mean, I understand when it comes to not wanting people to avoid it, but I, Victor, don't have a choice driving around the town of Greece whether or not I want to be on these cameras, and I think that's where the line gets drawn.
Well, I think that if you don't have anything to hide, there's really no reason you should be concerned about.
That's not how the laws
at all.
work.
I don't think you heard you.
That's not how law works.
Well,
You're supposed to
why?
have
I
freedom.
mean,
Not like, well, if you're not doing anything wrong, don't worry about it. I'm
well, the
supposed
law
to be able to
guarantees
free.
your freedom, but it also guarantees you're going to get arrested if you do something wrong, right? So if you're not concerned about doing anything wrong, like you speeding all the time, then you really shouldn't worry about it.
It is a great point. No, but I mean, Victor, there is the assumption of innocence until proven
Yes.
guilty, and I think this does create a gray area when you're taking pictures of every single license plate that's going by.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I know, but just sooner or later, you're on camera no matter what you do.
No,
so
but
you
again,
have
okay,
to accept
all right.
it.
No,
Yeah.
you don't. You actually don't, Victor. Thanks for the call, but I really appreciate it. Like, here's the thing, man. I'm not here to argue that we're in some kind of police state, mad, and the Big Brother's watching it, mad. But I do hate the argument that you're on camera all the time, so you have to accept it. You don't. Like, if you have a problem with a business running a camera the way they do, you have a choice not to go.
Yes, you can.
Doesn't bother me. That's fine. But
Public space.
yes, like when that starts to show up in a public area, it does create an interesting debate to be had. And you're not okay with it.
No, you're like, China. You're at the,
Then you're like, now you're China.
what's that square? What's that big place?
Tiananmen Square.
No, the other one.
Golden Grams.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
I can't get enough of that sugar. 252. I'm sorry, go ahead, Kimmy.
I think I can understand, I don't want to be on cameras. This is wrong. Until like something you love gets stolen, as in like your car or something. And if these cameras assist in getting that back to you quicker potentially, I think most people are going to be all for it.
Well, that's what I find that's so funny because there are some people that we'll follow on social media just to get a gauge of how people are feeling about stories that happen in town. And I am seeing people that were furious about the speeding cameras that are like applauding these.
Until it's useful.
Exactly.
To them in some way.
And you nailed it. That's exactly what it is. Like, right, when I feel I can be prosecuted, I hate it.
Yes.
But if I'm not going to steal a car, well, it's awesome. And I mean, I get the idea behind that, but it's the same thing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's trying to evade the police when you're doing something wrong.
Yes, and if there's some phenomenal story that comes out where they find some kid that went missing, right? With these cameras, then everybody's going to love the camera.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people already love the camera, although it does sound like Al does not love the camera. He's on CMF. Hey, Al, how are you, buddy?
Not bad. How you doing?
Good, Al. What do you got?
Man, I just don't like the whole idea of people watching me. It's the whole AI shit that's coming through it.
You can't. Yeah, okay.
Yup. Yeah, sorry.
You're
but
fine.
AI watches you. What's it going to lead to? The cameras are one thing, but where is that going to lead to? They're going to be busting you, watching your phone. They keep an eye on you everywhere you go.
Well, I mean, but Al, what is it? I mean, I'll ask you. What do you think it leads to?
You don't know. Elon Musk is about to be partner in office. You don't want the guys in the sky always watching you. It's called
Sky
privacy.
Guy.
I mean, look, man, I'm a big fan of the Alan Parsons Project, too, so I'm with you there. I'm with you. Al, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
What?
I mean, there's degrees on both sides
Oh,
there.
yeah,
you know
yeah.
what I'm saying,
There's
right?
good people on both sides.
No, that's not. I'm just like there is a point where the argument goes too far to one side.
I'm not really sure which direction that was going in, honestly.
So what's really interesting about these cameras here, again, as we talk about these LPRs, license plate readers that were installed in the 2 weeks that we were on vacation in the town of Greece. They say when they're all said and done, there will be 50 of them around the town. They are not specifically saying where they are, but they can take a picture of your license plate and identify the vehicle.
Right.
The Greece Police Department say they will be used for stolen cars and missing persons. But the story on 13 Wham doesn't say that's all they'll be used for.
Yeah, what else can they grab off your plate?
So they can get any information, in theory, to pop what your license plate could rat on you about. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like from warrants to expired registrations to everything in between. Now, I don't know if that's how Greece will use them.
But they
I mean, they could.
could the technology be there?
The technology, yeah. I mean, that
So let's
could
say
be
I'm
used.
behind on my child support, and I'm in the system. Would
There's
that
a
show
warrant
up?
out for your arrest. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're registered to your car, if that's what they were looking for.
But she
yeah.
never spends the money on the kids to begin with.
For God's sake.
I gave her $50 last week, and I see she's over at Applebee's with her girlfriends.
So the chief of police in Greece
Yeah.
was straight up asked in this story on 13 Wham if this was a violation of privacy. And the chief,
Let me guess.
well, he had a response
All right.
to the people bothered by the cameras being set up by law enforcement in public. He said that people have a right to ask questions, but the cameras are only there to help the cops do their jobs. And I'll quote him. Are you ready?
All right.
Quote, "We hear all the time about Big Brother and cameras. I mean, they're ubiquitous. No, we talk about it. You can't walk around anywhere without being seen on cameras, and that's the age of technology we're in." And that's not really an answer.
No, it's not. That said, yeah, that's cameras.
Like, I
They're
mean,
all over the place.
his argument is the argument Victor made. You're always on camera, so deal with it. But again,
That's yeah.
I mean, it's not really. Yeah.
They're not going away.
And you're not like breaking ground with the whole. Like, hey, what you gonna? He's kind of like, what are you gonna do about it? And you're like, see that? Do something. Do something about it. Okay, I want to go back to something you said earlier because people
What'd
are
I
writing us on Facebook. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page, agreeing with your take about cops and cameras and how it affects how they do their job. It is interesting. You know, I'm a cop's kid.
Yeah.
Right? Grew up, my dad, he's somehow back. The reason you had these big police forces back in the day was there was a lot of investigating
Yeah,
that
you
had
had
to
to
go
keep
on.
the hippies in line.
Right? You needed people everywhere. You had cops walking the beat, driving the beat, keeping eyes on the community.
They were invested in the neighborhoods.
But if the cameras are up and doing that now, in theory, you wouldn't need all those cops. But it's not like they're laying off cops in favor of this technology.
Mm-hmm.
It is surprising to me that the police departments, to your point earlier, and the police unions are so gung-ho about these cameras because nobody comes out against it.
Right.
Because, like, if the technology works,
Yeah.
in theory, again, you wouldn't need as
many
big police
officers.
forces,
Right.
right?
Well, but you would need somebody to respond. I mean, the camera's
Yes.
not going to
But you don't have
do
like
anything
a force like
other than point it
patrolling
out.
the neighborhoods.
Well, they do.
But do they have as much as they did 20 years ago,
See,
30 years ago?
that I don't know. No, I know that they were worried about a police shortage showing up. We talked about them trying to get folks into the academy and all that stuff, so I don't know where the numbers are at right now, right? But technology spares no job when it becomes effective. And it would be arrogant, to your point earlier, to think that police officers would be immune to that if these cameras are effective.
Okay.
So, I mean, again, in theory, you wouldn't need bigger police forces if the cameras work.
Yeah. I would think the unions would be against that.
But they're not. At least we haven't seen that story.
All right.
So what would you rather have? Would you rather have a police force of 200 in Greece patrolling all the time? Or would you rather have a police force of 75 with the cameras there for the police to go find their people when they had them? I'm asking you.
I'm going with the police force.
So you want the 200 police force?
Yeah.
Costs more money.
I know.
Check it out, the money sign.
Yeah, but they're not cutting anything anywhere anyway, so you're not saving any money. It's not that they're going to give you your tax money back.
Here we go. Oh, look at these clowns in Albany. What a bunch of clowns!
And you got to pay for, you got to pay for everything else. Like, you've got a whole police force that's retired. How are you paying for those guys' pensions?
Well, but again, if
you need a police force paying in to pay for that.
Man, no, but if you had the cameras, that's less pension down the road you're going to be.
Yeah, but those guys are getting screwed. But, like, your dad gets a pension.
Yes, he does.
It comes from the taxes.
Understood, yeah.
And if you're cutting these forces, you still got to I still got to pay these people.
Oh, yeah, I got you. No, but I'm saying down the road, that problem starts to solve itself if the cameras work because
if you're playing the super long game, yeah.
I mean, eventually you have to.
Right.
I love how you're like, if you're playing the super long game. It's the same reason why all of these, and don't get me wrong, I am fine with pensions, man. If you're a teacher and you work your whole life and that's part of your, you earned it, go get it. But it's funny, like, when does it stop? At some point, if you cut it back, you don't have the issue of we don't have enough money anymore.
How are you going to have parades?
What are you talking about?
You don't have enough cops for a parade anymore.
You get your brother who volunteers because they give him a free uniform. Those guys are everywhere. Hey! Cut it out. All right, let's take a break. Speaking of police, you're right. A camera would not be able to do this job that first responders had to do just east of us. And it's hard to understand why this man would not want to leave the place he was told to leave.
But he stuck it out.
He tried to.
Oh.
They drug his ass out of there, it sounds
they
like.
Grabbed him and pulled him out.
You had to, because it was a life-or-death situation.
What the hell was going on?
We will tell you the story, and we'll do it here next at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Most of the time,
Yeah.
people are arrested for doing bad things to other people.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people are arrested for being a risk to themselves.
Being a jerk.
And that might be the case here, but it's different than any way we've ever seen before.
Oh.
Because you'd think human instinct would be enough to get you the hell out of this place the situation presented itself. But according to authorities, for this man, it was not.
Born here, I'm going to stay here.
You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we are back. We are live. We missed you so very much.
Oh, yes.
Just after 7:45, it is a post-game Monday. There is no Muley picks to recap because we weren't here last week.
Yeah.
However, the playoffs are starting, and I want to give Tommy the opportunity to score as many points as possible here.
Oh, is that what this is?
Well, you've been
Bonus time.
Yeah, you've been hurting.
I'm good with the bonus.
We are going to do a playoff.
With the bonus.
We're going to do a playoff Tommy Tells It Like It Is that we will recap the day after the Super Bowl. And it all involves the Bills and what is going to happen over the next couple of weeks.
All right. That sounds like fun.
So a Tommy Tells It Like It Is playoffs coming up just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Seneca Falls.
Oh, nice area.
A 63-year-old man has been arrested after police say he refused to leave his home that was on fire.
What was his plan?
I don't have that information.
I mean, it was cold out.
Do we know what caused the fire?
We do not. Authorities
Okay.
say not only did he refuse to leave the burning house, he was actively trying to prevent the fire department from putting it out.
So did he do this to his house?
It does not say in the story. We
Okay.
do not
All
know
right, all
what
right.
started the fire.
Okay.
We don't know what his plan
So
was.
raging fire. He's in the house and he ain't leaving.
I don't know if it was raging.
Well, the fire department's there.
Fire department was there.
All right.
He was taken into custody. He was charged with obstructing fire operations. The good news,
What's the good news?
once he was removed from the home, the fire was quickly put out. No one was hurt.
Oh, good.
And again, we do not know what initially caused the fire right now. So here's the thing. Tommy, it's no secret that men are stubborn,
Oh, yeah.
sometimes to the point of danger.
Stupidity.
And there are plenty of instances in history where guys have tried to say, I got it under control, because they're embarrassed that other people are trying to help them.
Okay.
No.
So it's a
fine.
control thing.
Could be.
Right.
But Tommy, when it comes to men and stubborn, we've never seen a guy say, yeah, my home is on fire, but let me
Leave it
handle
alone.
it, fire department.
Yeah, I'm not fire stubborn.
Right?
I see fire, my ass is gone.
I mean, there's there's arrogance, and then there's I know better than the folks with the trucks and the hose.
Yeah.
Arrogance. I am dying to know what was going through this man's mind if the allegations are true.
Smoke.
When the fire
You guys are
department.
gonna come in here. You're gonna break stuff. You're gonna get your
Oh.
dirty shoes all over the house.
Do you want to watch to see what they were doing? Make sure they were doing. No, but he wasn't. Was he letting the fire department in?
It says in the story, not only did he refuse to leave, he was actively trying to prevent the fire department from putting something up. But Kimmy actually might have stumbled upon something I didn't think about.
Gonna do
What's
more
that?
damage.
Did he have valuable stuff inside the house that he didn't want ruined?
Could be, or he didn't want
What
people to
valuable
see.
stuff could you have?
Well,
like, it's so priceless.
Let's say, let's just for an example, there's 1,000 things. Let's say the guy collected antiques, and if
Yeah.
they get wet, they're done. Let's say the guy had a collection of electric guitars.
Right.
They get wet, they're done, and like things you can't replace. I mean, that could be a reason.
Okay. All right. But this.
But it's gonna-
But my ass ain't. I'm not getting my ass fried over a guitar.
Well, I mean, but if you've
But I could see an old man doing that.
But I mean, but it's either that or it's gonna go up in flames potentially. So
But you think he would still want to help to put
Yeah.
the fire out to
That's what I
save the
mean.
stuff,
yeah, but I mean,
or
like-
be carrying it outside, like getting it out of the house.
well, I don't think the fire department helps you carry stuff
But
outside
it
while it's on
doesn't sound
fire.
like he was doing that. It sounds like he was
He's
just
just
like
sitting in there.
homesteading, like you're out of my house, I'll handle my fire my own way.
Look, I mean, we only have tight details here. We
Yes.
don't have a lot with the story.
we don't know. Do we even know how engulfed the house was?
We do not.
So yeah,
We do
you
not.
know.
I will say
I could
this.
see it if it was like a smaller fire at the time. The guy thinking he could handle it. I don't know.
I mean, now that you brought that up, like that whole idea that he may have had stuff in there that he didn't want
Yeah.
ruined, like
Right.
I love my sports collectibles. They're all in my basement.
It's all
Because they're going to
crap.
do whatever
It's
they
not
have to
crap.
do to put that fire out. No matter what they have to tear down or break.
Exactly, and I have irreplaceable stuff that like means something to me. It does, like, but there. What I do, I have photos of and like autographs of guys that don't exist anymore. I wouldn't want that stuff.
All
I
right.
mean,
Well, your Thurman Thomas picture.
he's still alive, very alive.
wrong example.
Of all of the people you could
Well,
have
what
chosen.
dead guy you got?
Billy Shaw just died.
Wait, Billy Shaw?
He's a
died?
Hall of Famer, Pro Football. Only,
my God.
Only Pro Football Hall of Famer to never play in the NFL.
Pat's going to be explaining this to the firefighters as they're
I would
walking
actually be
into his
doing that
house.
as I'm trying to carry my photo
Right.
with him that he autographed. No,
It's a
no.
Billy Shaw, man.
Billy Shaw was a saint. Billy Shaw was
Billy
a saint.
Shaw wouldn't go in there and say Billy Shaw crap.
He's a tough man, and yes, he would. With this story, again, a 63-year-old man arrested after police say out in Seneca Falls he refused to leave his home that was on fire. When the fire department got there, not only did he refuse to leave, they say he actively kept them from putting the
That's
fire
insane.
out. He's been charged with obstructing fire something.
Yeah.
Okay. There is an embarrassment that hits you when you have to call the fire department.
I understand.
Like
Not a
if-
good place.
252 WCMF 252-9263. If you've ever had to call the fire department does not come quietly.
No, they do not.
You are the spectacle of the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah, you're waking everybody up.
You got it. And then out come your neighbors, and they always walk up to you, and they're like, is everything okay? But they're not care. They don't care if everything's
No.
okay.
They just want to know what happened.
Exactly.
And
They,
they're glad it didn't happen to them.
they want all the fire dirt.
So how's this going to affect me?
Yep.
Yes.
Also, the fire department never comes with just one truck, because, no matter what
And they show up with an ambulance.
Kimmy, no matter what the situation is, your husband doing this for a living.
Yeah.
If you make that call, every fire truck that was ever produced
Oh, yeah.
is in front of your house. And then there are 25 people in giant suspenders standing on your lawn. Do you talk to the firefighters while they're standing there on your lawn?
Well, I guess you're just standing there. We're all standing there. Yeah, I might have a chit-chat.
Have you ever had to call the fire department?
No.
Never?
No, listen, I'm so glad.
Kimmy, have you ever had to call the fire department?
I don't think so.
Really?
Nothing
Yeah,
gets
it's
hot in that house.
It's it's only. I mean, we used to live.
Okay.
The microwave makes ice.
You did so good. You did so good.
I used to live in an apartment building though, where the fire department came all the time at all hours of the night because people would set it off with like their vapes.
Yeah, so I remember I told you that I lived in an apartment where we all had to evacuate. I didn't call.
Yeah.
But we all had
Yeah.
to evacuate and stand outside. But there was no chit-chatting around me. Like, those guys were, all about getting in
Yeah.
and getting it done.
Well, so, my daughter spilled some water on our stove
Yeah.
a couple of months
It
ago.
was throwing sparks.
Yeah, it started sparking. It smelled like gas, so we called the fire department just to be safe. 3 trucks showed up, 4 SUVs. There were guys. There were some volunteers out there, so a bunch of volunteers showed up out in Henrietta, right? And they were great. But 5 guys went in the house, and then there were 20 dudes just standing around.
Right.
And I like to be a good host, but I wasn't sure. Do I go, hey, thank you? What do I? So I just kind of stood off in the distance.
Yeah, I would just stay away.
Okay.
Yeah.
They've heard it all before. What are you going to tell them is going to be so
But
remarkable?
I guess I can also
Thank you.
I can give you a pass if you're chatting it up. If this is your home that they're entering,
Okay.
you know, you should make some conversation with the people entering your home. The people that I'm sure they get the most annoyed by are the people the bystanders that show up that aren't a part of any of it. They
Yeah.
just want to see what's going on.
The neighbors. The old men.
Yeah.
All the old
Yeah.
bow-legged old men coming down with their ball caps. Just to see what's happening. I remember when they built this house.
Back before it was on fire. We got Facebook messages coming in. Okay, so on our first day back since Christmas, we've had some interesting phone calls so far.
Yeah.
Right? Par for the course.
All right.
Bill writes us on Facebook.
What's he saying?
I don't want to see firefighters get hurt, but if this man owns the home, how can you arrest him for not wanting the fire department to put it out? Am I not allowed to burn my house down if I want to?
No, you're not. It's a public. It's a hazard.
Okay. Was that a serious question?
He thinks he has the right to just light his house on fire, watch it burn to the ground.
Why would you think that, Bill?
Yeah.
What would go through your mind where you think it's legal to burn your house down?
Yes.
This is not What's Eating Gilbert Grape, man. And even then, we're out, because think about it. I'm guessing that burning house isn't great for people breathing the smoke in the area.
Put everybody in danger, you idiot.
You got it. If you got neighbors, their houses could go
Oh,
up.
yeah.
You're right?
Yeah.
And on top of that, there would have to be things in every home that could just explode.
Yeah, like the gas line.
Yeah, those things too.
There's a reason why I can't just set my car on fire for kicks and watch it.
I mean, it's also probably why when they're demolishing buildings, they don't just burn them to the ground.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? Because that
Yeah.
seems like the easier way to do things, but also dangerous. Okay. So it's strange that this man that we're talking about initially refuses to leave his home that's on fire. Even more strange
What happened?
that authorities say he was actively trying to keep the fire department from putting it out. But I don't know if that's the weirdest part of this story.
What is it?
Do you know why every law exists in the world?
All right, keep your ass in line.
Well, yeah, but it's because at some point someone did something where we all decided that is bad
Too extreme.
and should be punished.
Yeah.
Which means they already had charges to arrest this man on because someone had already done something like this.
That wouldn't leave the house.
Yes.
Yeah.
Think about that. They didn't have to come up with some new charge or like change the laws. This must have already happened because it was already illegal
Yeah.
to not
somebody had to
only
write that.
Somebody
leave-
had to cross that line.
Yeah, somebody had already refused to leave a burning house and actively tried to keep the fire department from putting the fire out. Is this a common thing?
Yeah, I would think like when you see cockamamie laws, but somebody had to push the envelope.
Like, okay, we've been doing this show for almost 15 years. I don't ever remember seeing a story where someone refused to come out of a burning house or actively.
But it probably happened somewhere.
Okay.
To your point.
But it would have had to have happened in New York for them to put it
yeah,
on the
but
books.
New York could have heard about it. Could have happened in Wisconsin. They go, hey, you may want to write this down in case you got some like pyro idiot.
But again, like it would have to happen so often that like, folks in the government are like, hey, we got to do something about all these guys not leaving burning houses.
Well,
Right? No, I
Yeah.
don't know.
but like to your point, like let's say you have some stuff in there in that house, because it could happen. Logically thinking that you have something illegal in that house you don't want the cops to see,
Okay.
Yeah.
and they want you
Okay.
out, and you're trying to like flush it.
Yeah,
or-
get rid of it as quickly as possible.
yeah. So that maybe that's why these laws were written.
That's
like
Yeah.
we have a right to remove you from the house
yeah, if it's
for your own
dangerous.
good.
That's another great point. I didn't think about the illegality of it, but he's not facing any other charges.
Well, we don't know as of yet.
Well, I mean, I would guess I would
Yeah.
assume
Well, it
they
might
go
not
look
have
around the
even-
house.
Oh, true.
You can see some stuff,
Oh,
right?
you
When
can
you're
see
in there with the hose spraying everything.
Yeah.
I got to say, Kimmy, like your husband being like an actual firefighter now.
Like a man.
Yeah.
Was he on the news the other night?
I think he was in one of the clips.
Was that him waving at the camera?
Hey,
guys, hey! Listen to my wife! In the break room, Tim!
yeah, he was there.
I do wish I'm not even close to tough enough to like actually do that job.
Oh,
Right?
brutal.
But I do wish they would have like firefighter fantasy camp where I could just like get a hose and spray a fire. Because that seems like a little bit fun. As long as I know I have no danger facing me at all.
Well, what was it that we talked about? This was a few years ago. Was it the fire? One of the local fire departments was like, they had like an open training day or something. Do you remember this? And,
No.
and
Like
we
they were
always-
trying to recruit people?
Man, I can't remember what it was, but I remember us thinking like there are guys that are going to go down there just to watch this, not even participate.
Okay.
Was
All
it
right.
Spencerport? I can't remember.
I don't want to watch. I just want to spray a fire that can't hurt me with the big hose. And I may want to wear the boots. You wouldn't do that?
Oh, yeah, but I don't think that hose looks pretty intense.
No, that's why I want to try it.
Wait, you want to try a big hose?
I would love to try
How
a big
did you
hose.
tell me?
Why?
I got a little training set. I just got into the training game.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
Where's-
like male fantasy camp.
Where's the hell? Where is it?
I got a little kiosk in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Time Firehouse. Spray your face good with my hose. Sauce.
I know all there is to know about the training.
I feel like the training camp though would not last very long because you're going to quickly find out that you can't do half the stuff you think you can.
Somebody's gonna get
You know
hurt.
what I mean? Like
Yeah.
some of that stuff that looks like fun, you're like, oh man, this is really heavy.
No,
I can't
it's
do
like
this anymore.
work.
Yeah.
No, sure.
It's
Look,
dangerous.
yes, that's why these guys, men
Yeah.
and women, get
Like
paid
fantasy
to do
camp's
these
going to
jobs.
last for maybe 45 minutes.
Okay, that's all I need, though.
This isn't paintball camp.
That's all I need. Well, no, but paintball is fantasy army.
Right, but
is,
you're not gonna
it
get
is.
hurt.
No, that's what I mean.
No, they sting.
Yeah, they do. Have you ever been hit with a paintball?
Ow!
No, we only shot Danny with the paintball. Thank you, Stacy Pension.
Wait a minute. Stacy Pension
Stacy
shot Christian
Pension
Taylor?
on the old show. We took Danny outside. Danny went back by the dumpsters.
No.
And Stacy Pension shot him with
What?
paintballs.
So,
Random.
okay. Danny, a man that worked on the break room.
Christian Dan.
Yep, previous iteration.
Great
that
kid.
man. So he, for the rest of his life, gets to say he was shot by a
In
paintball.
an
Shot with a
alleyway.
paintball by an Olympic figure skating alternate.
Yes, and he also got to play the guitar in his underwear in the town of Gates.
And you guys were great before Kimmy and I got here.
That's what it takes to be number 11 in a 10-station town.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Get to some real good content. Tommy sounded like a complete ass when it comes to football because there are no picks to recap from yesterday's Bills game because we weren't here last week. However, we now know when the Bills will be playing on Sunday. We will catch you up on that. And ideally, this playoff run will be 4 more games, right? ending with a Super Bowl trophy. But there's no guarantee that happens. And we have a very special playoff version of Tommy Tells It Like It Is that we will recap the day after the Super Bowl.
Wow.
And it all involves our quarterback, this team, how it will happen, and what we'll see at the end.
Ooh.
4 picks for Tommy to make.
Like a time capsule.
You got it. That we will be playing a little over a month from now. A Tommy Tells It Like It Is playoff edition.
Ooh.
On a post-game Monday. Next here in the break room on CMF. The regular season is over, and your Buffalo Bills have a date with the Denver Broncos Sunday at 1 o'clock.
Nice.
Nobody knows what's going to happen.
No, of course not.
Well, almost no one knows what's going to happen because whatever that man is wearing on his head right now is telling him the future. Those headphones are the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I think they're even more strange from the side.
Here, can you turn your head sideways quick? Oh, my God.
Wait, hold on. There's trouble with the Titanic.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Okay, it is a post-game Monday.
Yeah.
The Bills lose their final regular season game yesterday.
Don't count.
A combo of Mitch Trubisky and Mike White could not pull it out against the Patriots, who, by the way, lost their right to the first overall pick by beating the Bills yesterday. They're now picking 4. And literally before Gerard Mayo, head coach of the Patriots, could shower, he was fired.
Yeah, that statement was already written.
But because of all of that, we were off last week. There are no picks to recount.
No.
So we decided to let Tommy play the long game today.
All right.
Because ideally, the Bills will be on a 4-week playoff run, which ends in the ultimate prize. The question is, where does that end?
How's that ride look?
Ladies and gentlemen, sit back. Do we have our sounder ready, Kimmy? Thank you. Sit back and enjoy a very special, Tommy Tells It Like It Is, playoff edition.
Some football experts will tell you what you want to hear. Our football expert tells you what you need to know. It's Tommy Tells It Like It Is in the break room on WCMF.
Tommy, are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Over under.
Yeah.
1/2 an MVP for Bills quarterback Josh Allen.
Does he get the crown?
1/2 an MVP. Now, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, he can't split the MVP.
Well, have they ever done that?
Yes, so Brett Favre and Barry Sanders, I believe, split one. I think Steve McNair and Peyton Manning. It all goes on votes, and I think there's an even number of votes.
Okay.
So it's not out of the question that he shares it with somebody else. But I will ask you, over, under, and it's been all the talk the last couple of weeks.
Does he get it? He don't get it.
Exactly. 1 MVP for Josh Allen.
Is it a split ski still getting it?
Well, 1/2 would be a push.
Wait.
Why? The question is over, under 1/2 an MVP for Josh Allen. If
if he shares it, does it count?
Well, it's a push.
So that it's a no.
It's not a win, not a loss. It doesn't hurt you, doesn't help you.
Oh, I'll take that.
What?
I'll take the over.
You'll take the over. You think he's the MVP?
He should be.
Okay, no,
I mean, if you base it on because they talk about Lamar, right?
Lamar Jackson.
And they're basically saying everybody seems to think Lamar is the most talented quarterback.
Okay, so let me take off my Bills fan hat for a second and put on. Yeah.
Stats-wise here.
Yes. He won the MVP last year.
So he's won it twice.
And yes, he did. But last year, statistically, he is better this year than he was in his MVP season last year.
But he also has one of the greatest running backs that basically he's got a bulldozer behind him that helps him.
Agreed 100%.
So you got to say Josh is doing more with less.
Yep.
So it's got to be him.
Is that how the voters see it, though?
I don't know. But to me, if you base it on you're the most valuable player, is Lamar the most valuable player, or is it the combo of him and having one of the greatest super freaks behind him helping him out?
And I think – I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't know what the Ravens would be without Lamar Jackson.
Well, no,
what would they be without Derrick Henry getting, 150 yards a game and knocking guys over like they're little boys?
I mean, I think Tommy makes a great point. The definition of MVP is most valuable player, the player most valuable to his team. And we've seen the Ravens make the playoffs with a backup quarterback in the last 5 years, whereas if you took Josh Allen off his Bills roster,
you're done.
It's over.
Yeah, you take Lamar out, you could put another guy in and do the handoff game and let Derrick Henry run the show.
I mean, you're not going to win a Super Bowl, but you could win a couple of games. You could win a playoff game.
That guy could get you 200 yards.
Okay, so look, I agree with you, but it doesn't mean that's how the voters are going to fall.
Understand.
Just to be clear, you are over 1/2 an MVP for Bills quarterback Josh Allen.
Yes.
Okay, again, we will be recapping all of these picks the day after the Super Bowl. So you got time to sit on them.
Right.
Are you ready for your second pick?
All righty.
Over under. Over under 2 1/2 wins for the Bills in the playoffs.
We're talking about 4 games to the big.
So it's 4 games to the Super Bowl. If they are over 2.5 wins, they are playing in the Super Bowl. Super Bowl would be irrelevant.
Yeah.
They would just need to get there. The Bills have the Broncos at home at 1 o'clock. If you look at the way the rest of it goes, if it goes straight on seeding, if the Bills win Sunday, they would most likely get Baltimore in Buffalo. If they were to do that, they would most likely travel to Kansas City and play the Chiefs in Arrowhead. There is a possibility if the Chiefs get beaten their one playoff game that they would have a home AFC championship if they manage to win 2 games. But we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Over under 2 1/2 wins for your Buffalo Bills in the playoffs.
I say their balls are going to be in that dome.
Wow.
Balls in dome.
So you see.
Put that on a T-shirt. Sell it at a truck stop.
You'd sell a lot of those at truck stop. You think Josh is taking this team to New Orleans for the Super Bowl?
It has to happen. This is it.
No, it doesn't. Okay, I
This is
hate
your
when
shot.
you do this. No, it's not your shot. You said last year and the year before was your shot, and they just keep getting
This
better.
is your double last
This,
shot.
this has felt like a magical season.
I mean, look, let's have a serious conversation.
Hey, let's do this
for a second.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, I'm knocking on wood here, has another 7 to 10 years of top-notch quarterback play based on other quarterbacks we've seen.
Yeah, but you slow down with age. You may not have the guys in place. You know how this goes.
You may not have the guys in place?
The defense could be withered.
Oh, you mean like when you lose like 9 starters?
Listen,
7 of them captains?
It's a unique situation. I think this is it.
You think it's now or never?
No, you idiot.
I like you ask me my opinion, then I'm an idiot.
No, I'm not asking your opinion. I asked over under 2.5 wins in the playoffs, and you went ahead and said, no or never.
He said balls in dome, I believe.
Yes, balls in dome.
Okay, no, to say this
It's
is...
at the Superdome, right?
Yes, it is. It's in New Orleans. To say that it's now or never is a stupid take. That is
Stick around, brother.
Okay, so to be clear, you have the Bills over 2.5 wins in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We are doing a Tommy Tells It Like It Is playoff edition, very special on a post-game Monday here on CMF. He is over 1/2 an MVP for Josh Allen. He is over 2.5 wins for the Bills in the playoffs. Third pick,
Let's do it.
over under 2 1/2 home playoff games for the Buffalo Bills. If you were to go over, that means the Chiefs would have to lose their opening round playoff game next weekend, and the Bills would have to win 2 playoff games.
Who would the Chiefs have to see in their
Depends.
The lowest seed, if everything went flush.
like normal?
Yeah, if everything went the way it was supposed to go. So the Bills would then see the Ravens, and they would see the Houston Texans.
Oh, damn.
Or the Steelers, if the Steelers managed to upset the – or no, I'm sorry.
2
The
weeks.
Steelers play the Ravens.
Ravens, you're right.
But they look weak.
So they would play either the Chargers or the Ravens. Or the
Chargers.
Yeah. I had it up, and I
But
got out of it.
Kansas City's been playing by the skin of their ass.
They have, yes. And if they play the Chargers, they would have – it's a divisional matchup.
And Terry Bradshaw doesn't think they're going to the Super Bowl.
Well, they would have –
Doesn't think the Chiefs are or the
Yeah.
Bills?
Terry Bradshaw, I saw in this interview where he says he doesn't think the Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl.
Well, if he said it.
No, I
Who's
believe –
Terry Bradshaw?
okay, Terry Bradshaw's like – he's
You grew up in Pittsburgh almost.
She was there for like 2
Oh,
weeks.
she's there every goddamn weekend on a goddamn beer bender.
A beer bender?
With her crypto
Oh, where I
cuties.
stand here.
Look, I mean, yeah, the Chiefs could lose in the AFC Championship game. I mean, they have 2 games to lose before they get to the Super Bowl. And by the way, Terry Bradshaw might have
Terry
legitimate
Bradshaw.
dementia. So, over under
That's a tough one.
2 1/2 home playoff games for the Bills. So the
That
Bills,
would be sweet to get 2.
well, you would get 3.
Yeah.
You get 2
Then
if
you
you win.
play,
If you win on
Yeah,
Sunday,
right,
you
right.
get another one. Yeah.
So to
no.
get 3 would be awesome.
Yes, no kidding, a home AFC Championship
That's
game.
ideal, yeah.
Ooh, that's tempting.
Over under 2.5 home playoff games for the Bills.
Well, I'm thinking the Bills are. This is it,
Yeah, but you would
and it's all got to line up.
But even if they continue,
guess,
it
see?
doesn't.
stop that.
This is more do
Go
the
ahead.
Chiefs lose? That's what we're.
Well, the Bills
guessing
would
here.
also have to win 2 games.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take that.
You're
one.
going over, you idiot.
Yeah, 3 home games. Damn, how exciting would that be, though, bro?
The Bills
Pretty
had,
freaking cool.
but here's the thing.
This is like Jim Kelly days.
It wasn't that long ago the Bills had the opportunity to do that. And again, if you have BTSD, Bills Traumatic Stress Disorder, change the station. The 13-second game, if the Bills would have won that, they would have played the Bengals at home for the AFC
Yeah.
Championship.
Yeah.
So it's not like this is unprecedented.
I understand.
But again, you have to handle business potentially against the Ravens to even have a
The
shot.
Ravens are the only team that scare me.
Okay. You're not scared by the Chiefs
No,
with all the recent history.
Yeah.
I think that Ravens team is tough.
Okay. Your final pick.
Oh, this is it.
Over under
That's one.
1/2 a rally in Buffalo at the end of the season. And I want to be clear here.
What are you talking about?
Like a parade rally at the end of the season.
Oh.
Now, a Super Bowl would bring you a Super Bowl parade and a rally. But when the Bills lost their first Super Bowl, the team had a downtown rally when they got
yeah.
back, where Scott Norwood, despite missing the game-winning kick, got a massive ovation that
Yeah.
brought him to tears. And if you're younger and you watch the Four Falls of Buffalo, they had video of
Yeah.
that. He talked about it. So,
All right.
a Super Bowl guarantees a parade and a rally. Over under one half a rally at the end of the season in downtown Buffalo.
So no matter win, lose.
I mean, they could lose. Do they have? I guess the question would be, if they make it to the Super Bowl and lose, do they have something in downtown Buffalo for?
Oh, I would think.
You think so?
Yeah.
When's the last team to lose and have something like that? I don't remember recently, Kimmy.
If anybody was going to do it, it's going to be this team.
Yeah, but
I'm trying to think. It would have had to have been somebody who maybe hadn't been there in a long time, and that I can't think of one.
I think you can make the argument that this team is so good and there are still expectations no matter what happens, that if you went to the Super Bowl and lost, we're going to save it for when we actually win.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
you don't,
you'd
but
have
you don't
people.
think it would just organically, people would just show up?
You'd have
like
people
at the airport
showing up
and
at the
everything?
airport, but
I
does
said
that
downtown
count?
Buffalo.
Yeah.
So it has to be
We're talking
downtown
like-
Yes.
organized.
Yeah.
That would be organized by the city of Buffalo.
All right, here, I'll give you this. 10 or more players downtown. Whether or not it's organized by the city of Buffalo, if you have a gathering of 10 or more players with fans downtown,
fans.
we'll count that as a rally,
Yeah, I think that would happen.
even if they were to go to the Super Bowl and lose.
Yeah, I think something. I think so.
You think
I
there'd be
think they
some
love
sort
this team.
of like not celebration, but
We'll
like
get
an
'em next year.
honoring of the team? I guess.
Like that we got there next year. We're going to do it.
Well, if you're going to do it next year, why not wait to do the rally next year? Okay, so to be clear, you are over one half a downtown rally
Yeah.
at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Okay, to recap all of Tommy's Bills, Tommy tells it like it is playoff picks.
Exciting.
He is over one half an MVP for Josh Allen. He is over 2.5 wins for the Bills in the playoffs. He is over, God damn it, 2.5 home playoff games for the Bills. And he is over one half a rally in downtown Buffalo at the end of the season. So, a little bit different than how we normally do it. No one to recap those picks. Those are going to stand on their own in the vault until the day after the Super Bowl when we dust them off and pull them back out again. However, just after 9 o'clock, we will be getting back into the Bills with our good buddy from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus, Hot Takes Dan Chesty, watch your mouth, get out of the way, Fates. We're not going to talk about yesterday's game. Doesn't matter. We focus solely on the task ahead.
The future.
You got it. So
Future with Fates.
You know, it's funny, Kimmy.
Yeah.
As I was putting this together last night, I was trying to determine if Tommy was quick enough on his feet to hit me with a not so fast buddy bonus pick. But apparently,
Well, I didn't know this was coming.
oh, I love how you say that. Like you prepare your
I
bonus
spent
pick.
months
Like it's
working
not
on it.
always randomly in the moment.
Oh, I took a long time to tell you that Dan Campbell and the dad of Amon-Ra St. Brown would take their shirts off at the 50-yard line.
I mean, I do think if you had a rally downtown, that Jim Kelly will pass the torch, hand the crown off.
What
Good
do you
job.
mean? What does that even
Is
mean?
this
He'll
a
have one
bonus
made
pick,
and he'll
or are you
put it
just
on his
saying
head.
things?
Okay, no, it's too late. No, you had your chance. You blew. You know. Oh, actually,
The
now I
crown-
have a
the
bonus.
crowning
because, I
of
mean,
Josh Allen.
The Jim Kelly thing would be over.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be over. You still.
It would be he would be relegated because Josh would now be the guy.
No.
Even if they lose.
Well, they would have to win.
Okay.
Yeah, they would definitely have to win the Super Bowl. I think that would be done with the Jim Kelly era of Buffalo.
I think that Josh
It'd be
is.
a memory, a good memory.
I think that Josh has already passed him. If you want my honest opinion.
Well, he has. I mean, the game has changed. The way they cover it's changed.
But I agree.
I mean, he's a
turned
bigger
in-
celebrity.
Yeah.
Jim Kelly wasn't this level of celebrity that Josh is now, even with Jim's incredible run.
Agreed. No, what I'm saying is, even from a football standpoint, and yes, the game has changed, and yes, the numbers are more insane. Just watching them play football, right? Josh Allen is the best football player I've ever seen play for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
And
It's
it's no
freak.
disrespect to Jim Kelly
No,
or Thurman Thomas.
but that was old school football.
I mean, like I'd be
That was your
willing.
daddy's game.
I'd be willing to listen to Bruce Smith versus Josh Allen arguments because I think that people forget how dominant Bruce Smith was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Athletic dominance.
yeah, when it comes to like quarterback play, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm a Josh guy now.
He's a magician.
He's a magician. That's right. Say something unique. He's a magician. All right, we'll talk to Dan Faces after 9 o'clock. Get into this playoff run here on a postgame Monday on CMF. But before we get there, Tommy, no man likes to get a finger in their face.
No.
And being told, hey, let me tell you something about something. And when that situation presents itself, you can do one of two things.
What's that?
You can pick up your phone and call someone to come take care of it, or you can handle business yourself.
Okay.
Problem here is,
What's that?
no matter what you do, you're in a bad spot. Because when a man like this puts his hands on you, it will not end well.
Oh.
And we'll tell you the story next here in the break room on CMF. You don't let no one get in your face.
Yeah.
And if that person has a problem, well, you're going to stand on business. You're going to show them what's up.
What happened?
We all tend to have an idea of what a person harassing us would look like.
Yeah.
But life is not always what you think it'll be, Thomas.
Oh.
And if someone like this decided to get all up in your grill, you'd have a choice to make. And both of these choices, not ideal.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We are back. We are live. We can't get over Tommy's new headphones. If you have not seen them, you need to immediately tune in to our live stream, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, the break room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch, brought to you by Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, that's how they make their beer with those headphones. You look like you're wearing a still on your head. Come on, man.
No, but they feel good on my ears because my old headphones I had a problem with.
Well, as long as you're comfortable, we're
I
happy.
had a problem with my ears with the old headphones.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes they would pinch, you know.
Did your ears really
Thank
hurt?
you.
Oh,
Jesus.
what, we take 2 weeks off?
My
We can't go
God.
back to the classics?
4 blocks, we got to walk that joke?
God's sakes. You gotta hire someone to take it.
Distracted.
This story comes to us from Penn Yan.
What happened?
A man was arrested for harassment after police say he subjected another person to unwanted physical contact in the village.
Give him a country poking.
Kind of sounds like country
Right.
poke. Now, we don't know why this allegedly went down. We don't know what the relationship between the two parties were. But we do know
Yeah.
that a lot of people simply would not stand for someone getting physical with you in their face.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Tommy, if someone's going to get all up in your face, you're going to handle that.
Yes.
You're going to handle that. Let that person know in no uncertain terms, you are not someone to be messed with. Also, there is one more important detail we need to share with you about this story.
What's that?
The man accused of subjecting the other person to unwanted physical contact, 72 years old.
72?
Elderly harasser who allegedly put his hands
An
on
elder
somebody
poke.
else. Oh, it's a vintage poker. So here's a question.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF. Again, we are back live this Monday the 6th. We'd love to hear your voices. Elderly man gets all up in your face.
Yeah.
Gets physical with you. What do you do? What do you do? Tommy, what do you do?
I mean, you got to just try to take the temperature down.
Oh. He's like, hey, let me tell you something about something. When I was your age, fill in blank old man stuff.
I'm just trying to get around it as quick as possible.
So it's not even bothering you.
I mean, I just want it done. Like, I don't care what you think or what you have to say. I just want this to stop and go away. I want to get out.
So this old coot, he's got such little respect for you,
Yeah.
right, that he not only is willing to put his hands on you,
Mhm.
in doing so, he doesn't believe you're going to do anything about it. You sissy-ass bitch.
The sissy generation.
You're not doing nothing.
Gen sis. No, because what am I going to do?
Well, yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not a fighter. I'm not going to
No.
get into a scuffle. I've only had a couple instances at work where this has happened.
Mhm.
And one time I had to take a wicked 9/11 dump during 9/11. And I had to go bad, and somebody had an issue with me, and they were standing at the door to the studio and tried to cut me off.
By the way, I want to be clear so we
That's
don't get
totally
letters.
different situation.
Hold on, I want to be
Right.
clear. When he called it a 9/11 dump, he's
Well,
not
on
calling it an
9/11.
emergency. It actually
Happened
happened
on
when you
9/11.
were on the air because you guys couldn't get off the air.
Yes.
Okay.
And somebody had an issue. Yeah, thank you.
No,
And-
I just the way it, I know what you meant, but the way it came out.
But I had an emergency around a national emergency.
Yes, I understand.
And this dude had an issue with me,
Uh-huh.
and he was trying to. So he chased me down to the bathroom, and was still screaming at me in the stall while I'm cutting loose.
Wait, you were taking a dump and getting
Bro,
screamed at?
I was cutting loose on the crapper, and he was standing at the door screaming at me.
All right, so Kimmy.
But you got to do what you got to do.
Okay, I understand. So, Kimmy, the person in this story
Yeah.
must have called the cops and had this 72-year-old man arrested.
Yeah.
Is that a bitch move?
I think it's the safest way to handle it because I think the bigger bitch move would to get physical back.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Especially if you're a younger person, no matter what that person did to you, it's gonna look worse for you
She right.
if you get into an altercation.
you would-
Even if you're screaming in the person's face, like
Yeah.
you're still gonna look bad.
You're gonna have to
So
grab
I-
those bony shoulders through flannel.
Boney Shoulders, one of my favorite jazz musicians.
I'm gonna say like get somebody in there to just bring the temperature down or get in the middle of it all
Okay.
so you don't have to do this yourself.
So you're saying that screaming in the face or getting physical with a 72-year-old person, doesn't matter if they started it, how aggressive they're being, that you are going
to look bad. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you call the cops and let them cuff the old coot.
Okay, so you need cops.
Cuff a coot.
You need cops coming.
Like you got to keep your cool because it's not going to end well for you.
Need the cops come and bail you out. You afraid of Grandpa? Can't handle Grandpa. You afraid of
Well, if you put it like that.
Hey, stay right here, 72-year-old man, while I call the police.
But like every 72-year-old man in Penn Yan has a utility knife on him.
Yeah, but them bony, veiny hands with the utility. Like that guy cut himself. He's bleeding out right there.
Yeah, but I could also cut this cord or cut your opinions in half. There's 10 badasses in Penn Yan. 9 of them sent me birthday cards. Boy, I'll put a knot on your head the Boy Scouts can't untie.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the story that happened out in Penn Yan. A 72-year-old man was arrested for harassment after police say he subjected another person to unwanted physical contact in the village. And again, we don't know why this went down.
Did they know the day?
I have to go find the story. I'm sorry. Well, I mean, it's 72. It could be 10 o'clock on a Wednesday. It could be a Sunday night when he was out drinking.
Yeah.
Right, 72-year-old man, this could happen at any moment.
Oh,
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to a man who we love, but is an older gentleman.
Okay.
So maybe he's got an interesting perspective. Hey, Frank, how you doing, buddy?
If an older man comes up to me, I mean,
he's dead.
78. He's got to be 80 years old. I don't think I'm gonna. There's got to be something wrong with the guy in the first place. I mean, when you get to be my age, there's things wrong with you. You know, you've had a lot of problems, and you got problems. So you would just back away, say, "I hope you have a wonderful day," and leave. You don't want to confront or anything like that in front of a guy that's older like me. However, Thomas, I do not have clammy hands. Not at all. I forget everything most of the time, but I don't have clammy hands. But you just got to roll with it because there's probably other things wrong with the guy if he's in his 70s and wants to get confrontational.
Okay. Frank, look, I don't disagree with you. And clammy hands aside, we can argue about that all day. I find you, and the reason we love you so much, is you are a very laid-back gentleman who seems to have things figured out. You went through a lot of stuff. You learned lessons. You're a wise man, Frank. But you're unique.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. But
Bless you, my son. Bless you.
Thank you. You are unique for your age, though, because, Tommy, tell me if I'm wrong. The other guys I see in Frank's boots tend to get angrier and crankier the older they get.
Yeah, Florida is full of them.
Right? I mean, Frank, like when other guys your age, do you have that experience where like you start to see those guys just getting madder and madder and madder?
No, because over the years we've all gotten high all the time.
Okay.
So you have
they're dead.
Perspective on life.
All right, so
it's the older I get. Listen, you got a lot of young viewers. The older you get, you gotta roll with it. Life is short as hell. Believe me.
Absolutely.
The older I get, the more I see that. Have fun. Have a good time in your life. Go to school. Get educated. Have a nice family. You don't have to. Don't get yourself all upset about a lot of stuff, and you'll live a lot longer. That's my philosophy. I've lived like that for years. My kids are the same way. I educated them. They're successful. Everything's. But you don't. The less you worry about crap, the better.
Man, Tommy's going to live forever. He's not worried about a thing.
Why is that whole educated thing?
Hey, I got prostate cancer. I go every 3 months to get taken care of and everything. But you gotta roll with it. Let's put it that way. You gotta roll with it.
Frank?
And it's life is like that, and you'll live and have a good time. Hell, I sit out on my deck up at the lake, and I have a goddamn good time. It's just, I've worked for it. So has my wife. And you gotta have a perspective on life, and you gotta be happy with it and roll with it.
All right, Frank, that is great advice to start off the new year in the break room, buddy. Great talking to you. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I love you guys. Keep it up.
I love you too, Frank. You were awfully quiet there while he was talking.
Yeah,
You're looking at a lot of things to say you didn't want to say because you knew what it would sound like when you said don't attack an elderly man. Got any issues with Frank's take there, buddy?
Yeah, I like Frank.
You would let Frank punch you in the face, is what you're saying.
With his clammy ass hands.
So going back to the story again, a 72-year-old man arrested for harassment after police say he, in no uncertain terms, put his hands on another person. I mean, look, you guys are right. When it comes to what you're supposed to do, the smart thing to do is calling the cops, right? And not just to save face for yourself. It seems, and tell me if you think I'm wrong, Tommy, there is belief from people of a certain age that they can do whatever they want, whenever they want.
Yes.
Because they're old.
They've earned the right.
Like they can be just as rude, mean, obnoxious as hell. Right. And folks tend to feel bad for them or just ignore them when they hit a certain point, right? Mm-hmm. And the only way I think that changes if we start calling the cops on some of these elderly dicks.
All right.
I'm dead ass serious.
But where's the line? What do you call on the cops? Like, what do they have to do to warrant that call?
Anything illegal. And by the way, no grace period. Like anything that dips the toe into against the law, you call the cops immediately.
On the old folk.
Well, look, man, we've all seen it. Some old woman dressing down a waitress for no reason. Mm-hmm. Some old guy cuts in line in front of 10 people to get what he wants at that moment.
That's right.
Are those people doing that because their minds are starting to go with age, and that's what happens to the human brain?
But you don't know.
Or are they doing it because they think they can get away with it?
Yeah, but it's not illegal. I'm not going to call the cops because the guy cut the line.
No, that I get. But something like this, Tommy said you would have just walked away and let it be, right?
Yeah.
Well, then this man at 72 feels he has the right to do that to somebody else because there were no consequences.
So, stand up to these bastards.
I think you do.
Okay.
I think it's time we start letting these
Lock them up.
Yeah. Lock them up. Lock them up. Just because you've been around for a long time don't mean you make the rules, brah. And there's a slight incline that way, and I'll run that way, and you can't follow me. You're going to go down.
I'll find a ramp and get to you.
Is that too harsh?
May not look good.
Okay,
the optics may look bad.
Why does that matter?
It just does, because somebody, you may not look like the good guy if the old guy is getting locked up.
Okay, let's take locked up away out of it. I'm going to ask Kimmy a question because you're biased because you're almost 70.
Yeah.
Kimmy.
Yeah.
Let's say I am in line. This happened to me while we were on vacation.
Oh.
I went somewhere with my kids, and I had to sign some stuff so they can go play. And this high-end elderly woman, as I'm having a discussion with this person behind the desk, cuts in front of me. I'm in mid-sentence.
Like you're not even there.
She just steps in and starts asking this woman a question.
Yeah.
And when I say woman, she was a 20-year-old kid behind the desk, didn't know what to do, and starts talking to this woman, which I get. I don't blame her. But, it was the most, I'm doing this now. Kimmy, if I looked at that woman and said, excuse me.
Yeah.
I was talking.
If I'm also in line and I'm seeing this happen.
You're behind me, and I look at her, I go, excuse me.
Yeah.
I was talking. You can wait in line, and when everyone else is done, that's your turn. Do I look like a dick there?
Yes, but I'm also championing. I'm also. I'm applauding in my head.
So you.
Because, I appreciate the fact that somebody told this woman that what she was doing is wrong, but you're the dick that decided to do it. You know what I mean?
Just
I wouldn't want to be you.
It ain't worth it.
But thank you for saying something.
Can I tell you a story about an elderly woman and some cheese?
Absolutely.
My brother? So my brother almost got into a big brouhaha over a piece of cheese and a 75-year-old woman.
Oh.
So my parents had their 50th anniversary, and we threw them a party at a country club in West Palm Beach. We just rented out a side room at this country club. We weren't members. We just rented out the room, had this little shindig.
Ooh.
Very big. And we had cheese. And shrimp.
Wow.
So we had By
the way, my dad just called. He wants to come.
Full platter.
So in this little private room we got on the side, this woman from the country club, and she looks like rich old woman from South Florida, comes walking in, grabs a plate, and starts fixing it for herself. And my brother, who's King Chintz, sees this and goes, "Hey, she's not family." I go, "Yeah, she's probably just a member of the country club. She doesn't know." So he goes over and says, this is our private party. She just continues to put stuff on her plate. She goes, "I'm a member." And that's all she says, and she loads up a plate of food and
what are you
leaves.
going to say back?
And my brother now is just standing there, he stood his ground. She walked off with shrimp and cheese, and he looked like an idiot.
No, I would have kept going. I would have kept pushing it.
That's true. You better be ready for the comeback.
Because you're just standing there. Now you're an island of yourself, watching. She got what she wanted. And all she said, "I'm a member."
He should have pushed it further. He should have. No,
what do you do after
sweeper?
that?
Drop it! Drop it! No!
By the way, it was the best part. She kept talking. She didn't even use the tongs. She was just taking it with a bare
No!
hands.
Gross old lady hands. You know where those hands have been?
Oh, yeah, all around Grandpa.
We got Instagram messages coming in. Paul writes us on Instagram. We're talking about like the old Dick Patrol, like getting rid of them. Paul writes, they already have old Dick Patrol. Her name is Edie Muley. All right, let's take a break. There are changes coming, it seems, to a lot of towns and villages in the greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
Because despite the fact that this is the most valuable thing you will ever own in your life, and despite the fact that it takes you 30 years to pay for it, and they're more expensive now than they ever have been in American history, there are things you are, it turns out, not allowed to do with your home.
Oh.
And there are people who invested in these things, both to live and as businesses, thinking they could do this, that are now finding out the rules have changed.
Oh, so now they got to get rid of it?
Well, not that they, maybe sometimes at the very least, you don't have the income you thought you were going to have when you bought this house. But it is weird that towns are cracking down on this, because I would think every bar, restaurant, grocery store would want this all the time.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. On one hand, you have homeowners that have paid a fortune for the places they live.
Oh, they cleaned up.
And they're just looking to make a little money with their most valuable asset. On the other hand, towns, villages, neighbors of some of these people are trying to argue that just owning a house does not give you the right to do whatever you want with it. And somewhere in the middle is the right answer on what to do about people that can make cold, hard cash, letting people pay them to sleep in their house.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We are back. We are live.
We apologize.
We missed you so very much. It's so good to be back amongst like-minded dicks.
It's fun.
I love being a dad. I love the time I got to spend with my kids and my wife and everything. Like, it was a lot of fun. But I can't be a dick.
No, you got to fake it.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm.
You do.
No, he's just in dad mode.
No, but that's fake.
That's his other self.
That's fake. Fake.
Not his work self.
Listen, I know when I got to be fakey and when I can be real.
Fakey. No, look, I'll be honest with you. Quick sidebar before we get to the story. I don't know which me is me anymore.
I know the real
weird.
me.
The
one
deep.
that feels good when you say it.
Oh.
No, when you say it, it feels good,
No.
but it feels right.
No, I don't know if I'm actually like lame dad now, which I'm fine with. I'm at that point in my life where it's cool. Oh, and you bring this terrible thing out of me? Or if I am this terrible person all the time and my kids soften me when I'm around them. I'm not sure which one is me.
Okay.
But maybe one day we'll find out when I'm a dick to one of my kids. Probably not going to happen. Story on Spectrum News this week.
Yeah.
They talked to several owners of homes that are being used as Airbnbs across upstate New York. And the problem that has been presented. Towns and villages and some cities have begun to crack down on what is allowed at renting these places. Specifically, where B&Bs can operate, what days of the week B&Bs can operate.
So there's restrictions.
Yes, and how long people can use, have people at their house using Airbnbs. Okay. So all of these things have owners of these homes trying to make some money. They're frustrated and angry. So, Tommy, for example, after the PGA came to Pittsford last year, the town and the village tried to establish new rules surrounding Airbnb policies in Pittsford. They said that people in Pittsford did not like their neighborhoods being changed into resorts.
Right.
Folks complained about the noise. Some said they were worried about safety. Other folks argued that these people were operating businesses out of their homes, which is against the law. Now, here's the thing.
What's that?
We didn't see an ending to that story. So the phone number is 252-WCMF if someone has an update, because I tried to look last night. I couldn't find it. But bottom line is,
What's that?
the town, the village, wanted to curb business that folks were doing with their homes. So, Tommy, with this background, I ask you, what is the right move for these towns and villages when it comes to Airbnbs where they are?
I'm surprised you got any say.
The town, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I've used them a couple of times, and it didn't seem like there was any restrictions on these places that I rented.
Well, I mean, but you've been doing it in touristy areas.
Yeah.
Well,
bigger
one was
cities
Florida.
probably.
Yeah, one was Florida, one was Maine.
Okay.
Okay.
You mean
places you vacation.
Tourist areas. One was Florida, one was Maine, where almost everyone goes on vacation all the time.
Yeah.
It's like the two old people crack houses of vacation. Lobsters and tuna. Shut up, stupid.
But I'm just surprised, because we experienced it with the PGA, and we had some, these Long Island jackasses with their ball-washing girlfriends, and they were out raising hell all night. And they weren't kids.
Okay.
These are like 40, 50-year-old people.
Okay.
And you know how loud Long Islanders are.
Okay, but you can't sit here and complain when it's in your neighborhood and then go in someone else's neighborhood and do it.
But I'm respectful.
No, but, okay, you are. Yeah, sure, fine, whatever. But, you can't. I don't understand how a guy like you is like, I use this service and I love it. Don't use it in my neighborhood. You do understand the side by side.
I understand.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, Kimmy, should towns and villages and cities, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, be able to restrict what people do with their own homes?
I mean, there are, regulations and restrictions for renting, right? Like if you want to turn your house into a long-term rental, don't you have to file that somehow?
Oh, it's a good question. I don't know.
I think you do.
Let's go with it. Sure. Okay.
So when you
if you become a landlord, technically.
When you rent those Airbnbs, those Verbos,
yeah,
they have restrictions built in that you have to agree to. Now,
okay.
I don't know who really regulates it. Because they'll say, you can't have any parties, you can't have 10 cars in the driveway and all that. But there's nobody there regulating it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
The people, when I rented that one in Florida to see my brother, the people that ran it were 100 miles away.
Okay. But that was a specific property they bought just to rent out?
I don't know.
Gotcha.
I don't know. It seemed like, yeah. It didn't look like anybody was living in it. There was no clothes in it or anything or any restricted
It's
area.
weird that you went looking for that. Where are your clothes?
Well, I did go through the whole house, poking around. But it's, you're kind of interested.
No, but that's why people like you are why they have to write those weird-ass rules. Don't look at my shirts. Tommy's looking at shirts.
Yeah, I tried them on. Some fit.
Like, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, is there anything else you own that's yours that you can't use to make money? Because if I own a car, I could drive Uber and make money that way.
But isn't there a car rental service now where you can rent your car out to
Yes,
people?
you can.
Almost like
Yes.
an Airbnb.
Yeah. But like if I own a guitar, I can play songs at my house, record them, sell them. I can if I can operate a bakery out of my kitchen and sell food if I want to.
Yeah, you can.
But even
you can
still,
cater out of your house.
with that, don't you do have to follow some regulations?
I thought they
right?
relaxed those regulations because
Well,
during
I thought,
the pandemic.
I mean, technically, you have to have a certain. I mean, it could be dangerous to let.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you have to follow like almost the same rules as like a restaurant kitchen does.
I guess what I'm getting at, and maybe you're right. Maybe that was
What's
a bad
that?
example. Name me another thing that I own that the government can tell me I can't use to make money. Because if you can't come up with something else, why would you make those restrictions on the most valuable thing I
All right,
own?
that's a good point.
No?
That's a good point.
And look, if I'm wrong, tell me. 252-WCMF. I'm not married to this idea. It just seems weird to me that all of these towns in upstate New York are starting to come down on these things when people are actually making money there. It's helping pay their mortgage, things like that.
Yeah.
No?
No, you're right. I mean, I can't think of anything else that they would stop you from doing.
252-WCMF. There's a man who knows a
He
thing
knows.
or two.
Yeah. Bro, he knows commercial property.
That's right. The first Rammer of 2025 is here. He's on CMF. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. Happy 25. I called earlier just so I could be the first caller of the year, but I didn't go on.
That's really sad,
So-
Rammer, but go on.
Duffy, you have two young girls, right?
Where
Your
is
daughters?
this going?
Yes.
Okay. So if all of a sudden half a dozen houses surrounding you went to Airbnb and everybody and their brother and anybody you don't know is coming and going day and night, how are you going to feel about that?
Well, but I mean, can't you make the same argument for any of my neighbors? Like, if I have a neighbor I don't talk to and he's giving me off a creepy vibe and he's staring at my daughters, what recourse do I have there?
Well, I mean, if it's an owner-occupied, you have recourse against the owner that occupies the property. These are just strangers coming and going, and you don't even really know if the people that are actually renting it are the people that are there.
So you're arguing for safety's sake there should be restrictions.
Well, what I'm arguing for is you have to look at how this is actually developed. It was meant to be one way, and now it's basically corporate America buying up all the single-family houses and using them for business purposes.
Man!
So, and this
Big
is
verbo.
why, when Kimmy and my daughter were looking for houses and the house prices have gotten so crazy, you can't afford to buy a house anymore because all of corporate America is going out and buying up all the properties and run them as Airbnb.
Now, listen, hold on. I don't disagree with your point there. And I think that's an interesting point where if you are the owner of the house who lives there, there shouldn't be any restrictions on you being able to. If you're talking about someone who bought a house as an investment and is renting it out short term to people, okay, you got an argument there. But Rammer, I mean, when it comes to the amount of those homes in like a place like Pittsford or Churchville or Spencerport, I mean, it can't be the majority of homes that are Airbnb-ing, right?
Yeah, you're off base. It is basically these are companies. Who do you think is paying cash for these houses?
Guys
They're
like
not
you
all
who got
Bitcoin-
pensions and stuff? I don't know.
They're not all Bitcoin investors. I mean, the bottom line is that you've got essentially LLCs in corporate America buying up properties because
I love
they have
LLC.
figured out how to make
What an
money without having to meet any regulations.
Okay, all right.
know,
So you're saying get corporate out of the homes, man, but then let people who live there be able to rent their stuff the way that they want to.
So there's got to be a happy medium somewhere. I think that you've got to go to the zoning laws. And
Always
the
do.
local
I mean,
municipalities.
okay. I mean, look, Rammer, I love you to death. The last thing I want to do on the first show of 2025
Talk
is
zoning?
get into deep zoning law conversation.
All right. Well, I'm not going that deep. My point is that I owned 2 and 4 family properties in the city.
By the way, $9,000 worth of doors.
You had to have C of O's and certain inspections to rent them. You don't have any of that happening with these houses in these neighborhoods.
Okay. All right, Rammer, I got some more calls to take, but thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Rammer.
You don't know zoning, bro.
The next T-shirt up.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the story on Spectrum News over the weekend. How several towns and villages in upstate New York, Pittsford being one of them, that's the one that sticks out, are trying to restrict people's ability to use their homes as Airbnbs. And the argument from people in the village that neighbors are upset about it, they're worried about safety, folks operating business out of their homes, there's complaints about noise, something Tommy was bitching about during the PGA when folks were renting down his neighborhood.
I will say I think I'd rather, if there was going to be, if I had to live next door to either a long-term renter or somebody that occasionally uses their home for an Airbnb, it would be the occasional Airbnb person, only because let's say they do have some bad renters. Okay. It's temporary. You're not stuck with those people for a long time. Most of the time they're in and out in like a weekend, right?
Airbnbs.
Yeah, people rent. If you are stuck next to somebody renting for a long period of time and those people suck, you're stuck with them.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Like the Airbnb,
they can be there for years.
it can. You're right. Like you can get some bad, like noisy people
trash.
That,
you get trash.
But
trash
they're
you are trash.
I'm high trash.
but they're gonna be gone soon. It's temporary. You know what I mean?
Okay. I mean, it's also strange to me that smaller places like villages and towns wouldn't want as many people as possible using their homes as Airbnbs. Because I don't mean to pick on Pittsford here, but that's just the one that it was in the news, right? Let's use Pittsford as an example. You have the PGA that comes to town. Mm-hmm. Does Pittsford have 2 hotels?
Well, it has, technically.
Del Monte, and is it a Marriott is the other one? Well, no, Marriott, it doesn't matter. But they're not big hotels.
No, they're very small.
Every person that stays in Pittsford is more likely to spend money in Pittsford.
Yeah.
Restaurants, shops, grocery stores, bars, they would all benefit. Why would I, if I'm a small town or a village, encourage people to stay out of my town with their money?
Right. You want to keep it all there.
Exactly. If I own any small business in any town in the greater Rochester area, I am begging these towns to allow every homeowner to be able to rent their place as much as possible.
Okay.
I'm just thinking out loud here if I'm wrong. By the way, we got tweets coming in. This person asked me not to use their name, but they say they're a realtor. Quote, Rammer is a moron. Big corporations aren't buying single-family homes in Rochester. Laughy cry face.
Okay. So it's not happening.
But hey, look, man, we got Rammer's side of the story. We have a realtor side of the story. You figure out where the in-between is. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, I do a lot of traveling, and I stay in Airbnbs, and most of them have like a 10 o'clock curfew in terms of being outside and making noise, et cetera.
Okay.
When I was in Utah in October for Airbnb. It was kind of a condo complex, and there were people outside like around 10:30 just making a lot of noise. So I got a hold of the Airbnb people, and they had somebody come out and kind of shut them down.
Wait, you narked on them?
Wait.
You're an Airbnb narc? That's so cool.
Hey, they were keeping me awake. I had to get up early the next day.
He's got business, Tommy!
So the Airbnb
Utah business.
people came out to scold another Airbnb, or people
how'd that
that
work?
lived there? Were those people?
Well, it's kind of it was a condo complex, and they had like a 24-hour number just in case of emergency.
So did they shut them down?
So this was an Airbnb. This was like the condo people.
But it was in the
Airbnb.
condo. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So did they shut
It was
the noise down?
Same thing.
So what
Same
happened?
thing. Yeah. They just came out, and they just told them the 10 o'clock curfew, you got to go back in, you got to stop making noise, and they finally did.
Oh, no, we actually have audio of the interaction.
Oh.
You ready? The guy came out and he hey! Hey! Cut it out!
I picture like this small 4-door car with a amber light swirling on top.
All right,
Like
so
security.
The noise police?
Yes.
now, Mark, listen, man, you sound like a great guy. I do want to ask you a couple of questions if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, how old are you, bud?
I'm 76.
Are you 76 years
Man,
old?
still on the road doing it.
And that's awesome, man. Good for you.
Yeah,
Mark,
making money.
Mark, I'm sure there was a time where you were like a badass, cool
He was cool.
kid. Yeah,
Cool
yeah.
Mark.
When you made that phone call, did that last cool part of you die as you hit the last number on your phone?
Didn't bother me at all.
Mark, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Bye.
There go. Oh, Mark is not happy with us.
No,
He-
not
I
the way he
don't
thought
know
it
if Mark
gonna
was ever a cool guy based on that phone call.
Oh, there's now a yellow light moving back and forth in front of our
Oh.
studio.
We're in trouble.
There's a radio show making fun of me. Hey! Hey! Why does anyone ever call this
I
show?
don't know.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
We got Dan Fates from 13 Wham in to touch on moving forward here because there's nothing to really recap with that game yesterday.
Sure.
Unless you want to talk some hot Mike White action. The Bills are playing Sunday at 1 o'clock against the Denver Broncos. And we had a discussion this morning I want his take on. What do the Bills have to do over the next month to make this season a memorable season? We'll get into that after 9. But before we get there, it is effing cold outside.
Yes, brutal.
And it is not getting any warmer. And here's the thing. It's a lot worse in other places in America right now. But it does feel like we are paying the price for something you guys were all excited about like 6 weeks ago.
Wait, we caused it.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. This is all your fault.
What'd I do?
Both of you. I'm talking to both of you.
Both y'all?
All of y'all's fault, what is happening and what will be happening for like the next 2 weeks.
What happened?
Well,
no idea what you're talking
No, you guys were all
about.
celebrating.
I don't think we did anything
This
to
is happening.
deserve this.
This is great. This is awesome. I'm going to keep driving
It was awesome.
82 Buick, and here we go.
What?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we get into this Bills' potential deep playoff run with our good buddy from 13 Wham, Dan Chesty Fates, coming up just after 9 o'clock on a postgame Monday here in the break room on CMF. Ladies and gentlemen,
What do you got?
welcome to the Polar Vortex.
Polar vortex?
We are in the midst of a polar vortex. Do you not watch the news, man?
It's bone chilling.
So the highest temperature all week in Rochester will be 27 degrees on Friday.
Oh.
That's the high temperature of the week.
Yeah.
However, it will not feel like 27. The wind chill that has been and will continue is going to be brutal.
So it's going to be blowing like your mama.
Add to that, there will be wind coming through the greater Rochester area over the next 3 days, so that wind is going to feel like a knife cutting through your chest. You want to know what that feels like? Because I'll show you. So the good news, we are not getting the weather that some other places are getting. For example, New York City, D.C., their part of the polar vortex is coming with like feet of snow.
Yeah, getting hit with snow really bad.
And they're all declaring state of emergencies, and cities are shutting down and everything. But look, man, Rochester knows how to deal with snow pretty well. I would much rather take 30 degrees and 3 feet of snow than 5-degree wind chill. Are you with me on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, this is your fault.
How did I and Kim do this?
Kim I? Multiple Kimmies? Back in November, we did something that doesn't often happen in Rochester.
What did we do?
We had an entire month of November without a snowflake.
Yeah.
Oh.
No traceable snow in New York, in Rochester, and even into December for a while.
Yeah, it was nice.
There wasn't any snow.
We're like, this is awesome.
Yep, you guys sat here every day. Hey, great,
Push it off as long as possible.
buy a
was
bathing
our
suit.
take.
Well, go tanning in February. Check me out.
Got all caught up in my yard work.
We are in the middle of paying for that wonderful weather in November.
That's not
and
how
December.
the weather works.
Kind of feels like it.
Just because we celebrated not having snow, Tommy and I brought this on.
Yes.
Hey,
the polar vortex.
When Tommy said this morning that he believes the Bills are going all the way to New Orleans and winning the Super Bowl, and you winced, why did you wince?
Because he jinxes.
Oh, that
but
jinx
this,
counts.
But this wasn't. We didn't say the snow wasn't coming. We said hold it off as long as possible.
He said the snow wasn't coming.
And we haven't really had a lot of snow.
Well, all right. Now you're doing it. Now you're doing it.
I'll take the snow. This cold is brutal.
I don't want any of it. I mean,
Yeah.
the snow's the worst because then you got to deal with driving.
And like, here's the thing. Spoken like a true old man. I can't see over my steering wheel.
Well, stop driving in the snow.
Everybody's used to driving in the
And it's
snow.
not
it's
even
still
like you
tough.
have to clean off your car. You park in garages wherever you go.
Yeah, your car. Like, there's
Well,
almost
you guys park poor. I don't.
park poor.
Bro,
in
you
the
poor
garage.
park. Because you won't pay. You both chintz asses won't pay for underground
man.
parking.
No, okay. First of all, it's a parking garage. It goes stories above the
Well,
ground.
high-rise parking.
What an idiot!
But you guys both chintz out, so you poor park, and you got to scrape.
I'm not Jensen. I
Poor
got
scraping, poor parking.
my car got broken into. The back window got smashed in the garage. I'm not paying to have my car broken
I
into.
got no crack window. You just park outside where it's safe.
Yes, I had. Nothing's happened. Knock on wood since my car's been on the street. Just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. No, this is 100% your fault. And like while we were on, like the last week has been brutally cold with that wind chill, right? Every day I woke up and walked outside, I cursed both of your names because you guys did this.
I don't think we did.
And I take my
think we
walks
did.
every day. It's still you can still move around.
No, but you look like Storm Shadow from G.I. Joe. Like you just have everything covering your face.
I do.
You walk in this weather?
Yeah,
Well, yeah, he's got to get his steps in, or else he's gonna die.
10,000 a day, baby.
Seems dangerous. I'm surprised your wife lets you.
No, she's kind of hoping. As soon as I leave the house, she goes on dating sites.
Can I ask a side question?
Sign up.
How do you know that you hit 10,000 steps?
This is it on your phone.
Oh, you use a phone.
Yeah,
Because those aren't exactly accurate. Sometimes they can be short 3,000 steps.
I'll take it.
So really, for you to get 10,000, you should be walking 13,000 according to your phone.
How do you know that it's not accurate?
Could it?
How do you know that I'm not lying?
Because the phone said it's accurate.
Oh, the phone said it? Wow.
I trust the Apple, the fine people at the Apple Corporation.
Remember when Terry Pagula friended you on Facebook and you thought it was actually Terry Pagula? I'm just saying. 252 WCMF. We are in the middle of a polar vortex. The highest temperature this week will be 27 degrees on Friday. That's like the high of highs.
That's it.
But again, it won't feel like that. We got wind coming through the next 3 days. The wind chill is going to be below 10 degrees, it looks like. So continuing this bitter,
We're locked
awful
in.
cold. It's brutal. It is brutal. I'll tell you what, man. This is just a personal thing. You know, my daughter plays hockey.
Yeah.
All right. It's been colder outside than inside the rinks that my daughter has been playing in over the last week and a half. Yet it is still brutally cold. We went to Ithaca on Saturday for a game, and it's just an old barn with ice in it.
Yeah.
You could see your breath inside the rink.
But it was colder outside.
And it was still colder somehow outside.
Well, yeah, because at least you got people in there moving around.
The wind chill was negative in Ithaca on Saturday. It was brutal. This morning I'm driving to work. I got my defroster on. My window was still freezing with the rain and snow hitting the thing. That's not.
I know.
I don't like it. It's your fault.
Yeah, but you kind of like
this. This is your fault.
Yeah,
you're Dr.
You
Dank,
love
man.
this. You call for it. You're like, I can't wait for the winter. I want the winter to last forever.
I want the snow, and I want to be able to skate.
You can't pick and choose. It's just going to be cold.
It's harsh.
Shut up.
It's very harsh outside.
You're harsh. Sucks. Take a break.
All right.
Your Buffalo Bills have a date with the Denver Broncos Sunday, 1 o'clock, live on 96.5 WCMF. I mean, the Bills played yesterday. They failed, by the way, to set a record for franchise wins in a season. Do you know that?
Yeah, but who cares?
Well, I mean, it would have been nice to have.
It's all these points. All this stuff doesn't matter.
What do you, man, it's very nihilistic of you. Nothing matters. We're all going to die, man. We will look forward to the playoffs. And we had a discussion this morning. It's been a magical season. A lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Unexpected for some people.
Good ride.
But none of that will matter if the Bills don't handle some sort of business in the playoffs. The question I had asked you two this morning is how far the Bills have to go for this season to matter long term.
Right.
We will ask the same question of Hot Takes Dan Fates from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus. And I do kind of want to recap some of the questions I asked you in a special Tommy Tells It Like It Is playoff edition. And we'll do that all next on a post-game Monday here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Your Buffalo Bills have a date.
Oh, boy.
Sunday, 1 o'clock against the Denver Broncos, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. But with great seasons and great teams come big expectations.
Mm-hmm.
And as fun as this last year has been, it may not matter at all if the Bills don't get to a certain point.
Got to hit a level.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we are back. We are live. We missed you oh so much.
Oh, yeah.
And we've brought a friend.
Who's that?
Well, it is a post-game Monday, but this game that happened yesterday did not matter.
Meh.
Unless you want to get into a debate who's better, Mike White versus Mitchell Trubisky. Joining us, as he does every post-game Monday from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus, please, a big round of applause for Dan Chesty Fates. Hey, Dan, how are you, buddy?
Good, guys. How are you?
Great, great. Hey, by the way, thanks for bringing the energy. I really appreciate it up front.
Hey, listen, I don't know about you, Pat. My house is just sick. Everybody is sick, okay? We're trying to get kids back to school.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little punchy today, all right? So, Tommy, watch out. But we got the kids. We got the kids out of the house. So, yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Well, hey, great to have you. So, Dan, this morning,
Always.
we were having a conversation about this has been a really fun season for the Bills. You had massive over expectations, the way things went. I
You
mean,
shouldn't be here.
Exactly. Like, look, the quote experts pick the Bills to finish third in their division behind the Jets and the Dolphins. They lock it up right after Thanksgiving. We get introduced to really fun characters like Keon Coleman and Mac Hollins, who have been major contributors to this team. Josh Allen is having the best season he's ever had as a pro. He's going to win the MVP in a couple of weeks. Like, this is, if you told, like, went back in time 10 years ago and told a Bills fan this was happening, they would murder you thinking you were a witch, right? But Dan,
it wasn't.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I go back to even, like, the narrative, like you're talking about, like, the national media picking them to finish third and all those things. Like, I remember sitting at training camp being like, this could be a really good team if this everybody eats philosophy works, or it could be a disaster because this roster has no talent. And you even have Brandon Beane, the team's GM, being like, yeah, we're in transition, almost like kind of like waving the white flag before the year. Like, I don't really know how this is going to go. And like you said, it has gone way better than expectations, in large part because of how special Josh Allen has been.
Okay, but that being said, with the Bills as good as they've been the last 5 years, the days of being excited for making the playoffs are gone. The days of being excited for winning a playoff game are gone. Beating a good team, gone. Something special has to happen so this season doesn't get forgotten. And Dan, I had asked Tommy and Kimmy this morning, I will ask you this question. How far do the Bills have to go in the playoffs for this to be a legitimate special season Bills fans remember?
I think they have to go to the AFC Championship. So if like I said, I'm not trying to rain on the parade as the postseason starts, but unless they get to Kansas City, or maybe they host it, if that's the case, it's a different scenario. But going into Arrowhead and maybe coming up short or one thing or like that seems like the floor. Because like, look, the Chiefs are. There's no dominant team in the NFL right now. Like even the Lions have been good, but like they haven't been blowing teams out like they had earlier in the year. They've dealt with a lot of injuries. Kansas City's 15-2. They're really 15-1, 16-1 if they would have wanted to play yesterday, but they haven't been dominant either. So this does feel like it's this Super Bowl window is open, which many thought was closed before. So yeah, it's great that you beat the Chiefs in the regular season. The Bills know it doesn't really matter. Chiefs fans know it doesn't really matter unless they get to an AFC Championship game at minimum, and even then, it may not be good enough to satisfy this fan base and this organization, which has championship and Super Bowl aspirations.
Okay, so that being said, I had asked Kimmy, you this morning, what is the line they have to hit? You had said...
I said they got to make it to the Super Bowl. Win or lose, they got to get there.
Okay.
That is, I think, the line that a lot of people think, like, they got to cross that line. This team, we've been waiting.
And that's understandable. Yeah. But, Dan, the most insane statement from this morning came from the man across from me, because, Tommy, when I had asked you that question, your response was...
You got to win the Super Bowl. You got to get it. You got to get there, and you got to push it in.
So you had said that this season will not matter at all, will not be remembered by Bills fans unless, Dan, they bring home a Lombardi trophy.
So I'll push back at that because
I'm pushing in. You push back all you want. Most do.
Oh, sweet mercy. I
love how he's going like 50s blues now. Oh, sweet mercy. Come emulate.
Mercy me.
Mercy.
But think about what I just said is the fact of this team was supposed to take a step back. It was supposed to be kind of a restructuring year. Even last year, we had kind of heard about like, hey, they're going to make some moves. They got to make some cuts. They got to get younger. And I expect, like, there was no real big splash move this offseason. This roster isn't that great. Like, Mac Hollins leads the team in receiving touchdowns with 5. Like, this isn't a team that necessarily scares you outside of Josh Allen. The pass rush has been like, they need to make a move this offseason.
Okay, real quick, I don't mean to cut you off. I do want to stop you because you brought up the pass rush. I'm going to forget about this. Tommy, yesterday Von Miller started the game.
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Because he wanted his $1.5 million for a sack.
One sack, $1.5 million.
That's all he needed.
Dan, he hasn't gotten a sack. He's gotten one sack in what, like the last 10 weeks? He got one sack on the first drive at $1.5 million. Does that bother you a little bit when there's $1.5 million on the line? And it's like, oh, I'm going to go do it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the Patriots stink, so that's part of it. So you kind of have the sense of like, oh, he could get it. It's funny. I saw somebody bring up the point, like, obviously Josh took one snap to keep his consecutive start streak going. But I saw somebody online that made a good point, like, obviously that game being meaningless, and obviously incentives are great, all those things, but you are weighing the risk of injury. Like, Von could have blown an Achilles trying to rush the edge and trying to get that $1.5 million. Couldn't a team also say, Von, we're resting you, but we're also going to pay you the $1.5 million? Like, hey, don't worry about it. We'll give you your incentive.
Okay.
We'll hold our end of the bargain, but just don't get hurt. It is kind of that risk to reward. It's what the Eagles were dealing with Saquon Barkley. It's why Josh only played one snap, a phenomenal handoff, and then waved to the crowd and wore a hat and a coat the rest of the game.
Great handoff, great wave.
Oh,
He's right. I mean, nobody does it like Josh does.
Phenomenal.
Dan Fates from 13-Win Buffalo Plus hanging out with us here on a post-game Monday, but we look forward to the playoffs. Okay, so the Bills have drawn the Broncos 1 o'clock Sunday, which is the perfect football time. Everyone is happy. Dan, the Broncos, if you watch them, are like this ball of chaos that are a lot of fun to watch. And they have 10 wins. Like, Bo Nix, their rookie quarterback, looks really cool, but if you get into the games that they've played, with the exception of yesterday where the Chiefs were playing their second and third stringers, the Broncos only have one win over a team that is 500 or better, and that's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Dan, are the Broncos good?
Goodish. I think I'd say. The one thing they have going for them, and they talked about it after the game a little bit too, of like they're a little bit young and dumb to know that like they may be in over their skis, and that is a dangerous team. Like, they're playing with house money. There is no pressure on this team. They have $90 million in dead cap money. They are paying Russell Wilson over $50 million to not play for them. They were expected to win 5 games, and they are in the postseason. There is a little bit of an aura of like, hey, why not us? Like, look at how far we've gotten here. That makes them a little dangerous. When you look into the team a little bit, Bo Nix has 29 touchdown passes. It's the second most in NFL history by a rookie in a season. Like, they do have some pieces. They have a pretty good defense. They get after the quarterback. They have 62 sacks this year. Like, there are some.
Wow, it sounds like a Tommy weekend. 62 sacks. You were saying, I'm sorry, Dan.
It was just, but they have crumbled against good teams. So that's why they had to come and play and win in Week 18, because they lost to the Bengals a few weeks ago in horrendous fashion. Like, they have choked in big games and struggled against good opponents. So the Bills are 7.5-point favorites. I think that's fair.
I saw 9. Dan, I saw 9.5 this morning.
Did it go up to 9?
ESPN had it at 9.5. I haven't checked FanDuel, but go on. I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to cut you.
Well, no, I know it opened up at 7.5, and I thought that was pretty fair. But yeah, you're getting a rookie quarterback. Sean McDermott has fared well in his career. Like, the Bills should win this game. Amongst all these things, all these compliments I just showered the Broncos in, the Bills should win this game, and they should win it pretty comfortably because they are a better team. They have the better quarterback. They have the better coach. But it's the playoffs, and who knows what can happen in one game.
All right, so breaking news.
Uh-oh.
We're going to split it right down the middle. The Bills, as we sit, are 8.5-point favorites against the Broncos at home on Sunday.
We nailed it, Duffy. Way to go. We crushed it.
High fives all the way around. So as we talked to Dan Fate, so Dan, we do this segment called Tommy Tells It Like It Is on Fridays, where Tommy picks things, and then we have our experts come in afterwards. And so we did a special one this morning just for the playoffs. And I would like your take, because we're going to roll these back out, the picks Tommy made this morning, the day after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's a long thing. All right, so we had Tommy over under 1/2 an MVP for Josh Allen. You took.
I took the MVP.
Okay. Does Josh Allen win the MVP during the NFL awards ceremony?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
And I don't know how many Ravens fans listen to the break room, but they are all in my mentions. They are all over the Buffalo Plus YouTube channel. They are I thought Chiefs fans were annoying. Ravens fans are a whole nother level of this cocky arrogance. And for a team and a quarterback that has already won 2 MVPs, it is very strange. They played their starters the entire game against a 3-14 Browns team because they had to win the division in Week 18. It's not the most statistical player that wins this award. It's the most valuable player. The Ravens have 9 Pro Bowlers. The Bills have 2, one of them being Josh Allen. So, the award does come down to Josh is doing more with less, and I think that is not just, hey, look at my
That's my
stats.
take. That was my take.
Yeah, but that's not a unique take. It's what everybody in Western New York is saying. No offense, Dan.
I like to think mine's somewhat original.
No, it's really good. I
already said it.
I mean, if you look, when,
Tommy's saying you stole his pick.
When Tommy beats you to a pick, it's a bad take. Dan. It's especially a football take.
Yeah, that's not great.
Oh, I do want
Lamar wins it.
I do want to ask you a question, though, because in the past, the NFL have had co-MVPs. Brett Favre, Barry Sanders split one. I think Steve McNair, Peyton Manning split one. There could, in theory, be a co-MVP season here, right?
They haven't done it in a while. Well, when was the last one?
I want to say it was McNair and was it McNair and Manning? Were they the co-MVPs that season?
Yeah, I think that's the last one. So they haven't done it in a long time. So I don't see it. I think that would really kind of take away from the award. Like we're splitting it. I don't know. I know it's what everybody loves to talk about. Everybody has an opinion. Even Tommy, even myself.
Good save.
So, yeah. So again, it comes down to Josh didn't have to play this week. The Bills were supposed to be a team that wasn't supposed to make the playoffs. Lamar has Derrick Henry and a bunch of good wide receivers, and the Bills have a guy that doesn't wear shoes. And I think that Josh has just proven that it's funny too. They always show that stat, right? They show the full screen graphic and they go interceptions. Lamar has fewer, but if you were to look at that a little bit more, and they talk about negative plays, like sacks taken and all negative runs, Josh has 23. He has the fewest by far. And it was funny because in years past, everybody talks about, oh, Josh has all these negative plays. He can't limit the turnovers. Now nobody talks about that. That was a knock against Josh last year, but nobody uses it as a chip in his corner this year. It's funny how that works.
You could tell Dan is really upset with Ravens fans because, I agree with you, man. You just keep pushing. We're not Ravens fans. It's okay. Go yell at them in your YouTube channel and on your Twitter, man. It's cool.
Duffy, I can't tweet anything about Josh without Flock724 Ravens buddy responds and quotes my thing. It's ridiculous.
Well, it's the curse of being popular, right? We wouldn't understand.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, so I had also asked this morning, Tommy, over under 2.5 wins for the Bills in the playoffs. You had said.
I took the over.
You took the over. Yeah. Dan, over under 2.5 wins for the Bills in this playoffs.
I will take the over as well.
Oh!
I think that. Yeah,
so
I do. Yeah, I think that this team has got the right vibe, if that makes sense.
Ooh.
And maybe that's something that
all
they
about the
didn't
vibe,
have
bro.
In years past. Like I said, even when they beat the Jets, they pulled the starters in the fourth quarter, and Josh is still, giving Tyrell Shavers his handshakes and Sean McDermott's smiling. Sean has also adjusted a lot this year. He hasn't been so stubborn to just play 2 linebackers and have Taron Johnson on the field. He has, shifted to playing 3 linebackers at a time. And I think that ability to adapt and to kind of self-reflect and be like, hey, what hasn't worked before? I think he's much more open to change, and I think that it's showing. And I think that's why this Bills team has the right feel, the right vibe going into this postseason.
All right, here's a tricky one. Are you ready?
Ooh, what's that?
Because Tommy hung his little boy balls out there. I wish I wouldn't have said it that way.
Yeah,
Tommy hung his balls out
I don't
there.
think you meant it like that.
Yeah, I know. That came as soon as
Pat knows what he knows.
Shut up. Over under 2.5 home playoff games for the Buffalo Bills this postseason.
And what did Tommy say?
Tommy?
I took the over.
I take the under.
Oh!
So
Thank God. I couldn't agree with Tommy on everything. That
So you
would be
think
a
they got-
really bad day for me.
So they had to go to Kansas City.
Yeah, he's saying they go to the Super Bowl through Kansas City.
Yeah, I think they have to go to Arrowhead. strictly because I think there's really only 3 teams in the AFC that can win 2+ games. Like the Chiefs are going to get Houston or the Steelers in the divisional round, and I don't think either of those teams are dangerous at all, or even the Chargers. Like I don't think either of those teams could really compete. So I do think that the AFC does go through Arrowhead.
All right, I do want to throw a wild card about wild card weekend at you.
Wait, a double wild card.
Double wild card. Wild card squared, which would actually be wild card multiplied by wild card, which I think is more than 2 wild cards. But none of that matters. What I'm getting at, Dan, is if Los Angeles beats Houston, the Chiefs would most likely see them next week.
Mm-hmm.
Los Angeles is a divisional opponent. They have played the Chiefs twice this year, and there is that old adage, especially in college basketball, that when you play a team a third time, that underdog is going to beat you. That doesn't give us a shot?
It gives you a shot, but I wouldn't. I mean, what would that line be? 7.5, 8?
Yeah.
Like you're getting it's crazy. Since Patrick Mahomes took over in 2018, his floor is the AFC Championship game. He has never not been to the AFC Championship game. Like, that would be a dream for most franchises, and that's the worst-case scenario that Patrick Mahomes is in. So, he's only lost to Burrow, and he's only lost to Tom Brady in the playoffs. Like, it's tough to sit there and say that Justin Herbert, and well, as much as I love Jim Harbaugh, like, I just have a hard time believing that young team goes in there and beats the Chiefs.
Dan Fates from 13-Win Buffalo Plus hanging out with us. All right, so as we look forward here, right, Bills, Broncos this weekend, you have the Steelers versus the Ravens, 8 o'clock. That's the Amazon game on Saturday, Tom.
Ooh, we got to pay.
Well, yeah, he did the money sign, just so everyone on the stream with the volume down lets him know, there's money involved. Dan, is there a chance, give me a percentage chance that we actually see the Steelers in Buffalo next week over the Ravens?
I'd like to say there's a chance. The Steelers, though, haven't they been become – yeah, they've lost their last 4 games. Tomlin has been really bad.
He wanted to get that easy one in before you said it to sound like a pro.
How is that guy?
Hey, haven't they lost games?
How long is that guy going to be the coach?
They've only had 3 coaches in the whole franchise.
I don't get it. Like,
but he's had success when he was there.
Yeah, but he's also had some down years, right?
He's never had a losing record. He's won a Super Bowl. He's been to 2. I mean, Dan.
He's like the Castro of coaches. You're never going to get rid of him. Like, he's probably got a brother that's going to take over. Lil Tom.
It is a little bit of that, like, you've won a Super Bowl, so we can't fire you unless you're really, really, really
But
bad.
he's the only guy that has that. He's like the Supreme Court.
Yeah, like unless
he'll probably go to the Supreme Court when he's done.
Oh, would they do that? Yeah,
it may happen.
Think about how bad it had to get for Belichick to leave. Like the Steelers are that proud franchise and all these things. Their offense just looks broken. Russell Wilson has officially turned back into a pumpkin. George Pickens can't catch a football. I always love that matchup. Like you never know. I think someday they talked about like the underdog in that Steelers Ravens games over the last like 23 seasons. Like the underdog has won a lot of those games. Like I don't know, I think it's like half. Like it really is an even matchup. So you never know between those two teams. And Lamar's been bad in the postseason. So I'm not saying it's not a possibility. It's just the Steelers haven't shown me much this last month.
All right, I need a percentage, Dan. I need a percentage from
25%.
Can I ask you a question?
So you're saying there's a chance.
Is Lamar a cold weather quarterback?
He plays at Baltimore.
No, but I mean, have they ever
won? You ever notice
won?
that he's dressed like cold weather at all times? Like even when he's in a dome, he always has that full.
The shiesty.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Yes.
But does he have success when it gets cold? Because they've never gotten that far in the playoffs, right?
It's a good question. Dan, now that I'm thinking about it, he lost in Buffalo on that freezing night during the COVID playoffs. He lost in Baltimore in the AFC Championship game. It was freezing that one. They lost to the Titans.
He lost to the Titans the one year they were the 1 seed.
Oh, yeah, and that was at home.
So maybe he can't play in cold weather.
But they played it was freezing the other night. They played really well.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him
Maybe
play
it comes
well.
and goes.
So he can only not play in cold weather in the playoffs. Okay, I got you. Yeah, that's a good take.
Pat, were you surprised that they got the 1 o'clock game on Sunday, the Bills?
No, because I thought Pittsburgh-Baltimore was going to be prime time. I kind of thought that the Eagles-Packers game was going to be prime time Sunday night. I think Denver-Buffalo at 1 o'clock is perfect. Why, you thought it was weird?
I would have had the Ravens-Steelers Sunday night. I would have had the Bills-Broncos Saturday night. Ooh. Because we've seen that Josh Allen is primetime TV. Like, the NFL has already made that statement by flexing that awful New England game.
Yeah, he's got the
at
ratings.
4 o'clock.
Yeah.
He's like Seinfeld.
So it is must-see, like Josh's must-see TV, and to have the Sunday night game be the Commanders-Bucks, like, I'm out.
It's Washington, man. They control everything.
I did. Shut up! Will you shut up? Yeah, really? When they're going to put Tomlin in the Supreme Court and go to your hot take a second ago?
I mean, I was surprised. I thought, and like somebody was like, the Bills have always played this 1 o'clock wild card window, but their last 4 wild card games were against Mason Rudolph, Skylar Thompson, and the corpse of Phillip Rivers. Yeah. So I was like, Bo Nix is enough of a shiny object that I thought they would have used as like a way. And also, I guess I was just rooting for Saturday because then maybe they would have gotten the Sunday game and they could have gotten an extra day on either the Steelers or Ravens.
Yeah.
Like, I was just hoping that they would have gotten that one-day advantage, but they didn't, and I was a little surprised.
I don't know. I mean, I think if you want my honest like conspiracy theory opinion, because it's weird.
Schumer should have made some phone calls.
Shut up! No, I mean, I do think the NFL believes the Bills are going to win this game. And I think they wanted to save that primetime matchup for the MVP versus the MVP and Lamar versus Josh. Yeah. And, I mean, look, if you look at Sunday night's matchup, I don't know why you're out on Tampa Bay, Washington. Jalen Daniels, quarterback for Washington, the rookie, he's a lot of fun to watch. Baker Mayfield is a complete wild card. He's played really well with the tools he's had at his disposal.
Comeback, yeah.
I mean, I'm going to sit down and enjoy that game. I'm looking forward to it. No?
Yeah. The Bucs aren't as fun as you think. Like, Baker's cool. Don't get me wrong. I like Baker. It's just, I don't know. Like, I gotta see Dan Quinn with a backwards hat on Sunday night and try and like get into this game.
Is it Tampa or Washington?
Washington is in Tampa. It's in Tampa Bay. They won the division. By the way,
we should get a pirate ship.
Do you know
Florida pirate ship?
You know who Dan Quinn is, right? The head coach of the Commanders.
No.
He looks like Dan Campbell, just not as jacked. Dan, you just made fun of Dan Quinn. That's what you're going to age
Soft
into.
Campbell?
You realize that, right? Like, that's what you're going to look like when you're that age.
Soft Dan Campbell.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to have a backwards hat and a goatee in 20 years.
Mark it.
I know.
Mark
Should
it.
I mark this? We're going to put this in the vault, Dan.
You know, 13 doesn't age well.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all go long, but goddamn.
Oh. Catalana has the same hair he's had for 40 years. It's just white now. That's all.
Hey, when did Catalana age into a cat? Because I saw him on TV over the weekend, and he kept licking his hand and then rubbing it on the side of his face.
Oh, my gosh.
It's true. I saw it.
So that's why he doesn't come on this program anymore, huh?
Well, that and he's lactose
Too many
intolerant.
nicknames. Yeah.
All right, Dan, by the way, before we let you go, we really appreciate your time. It's great to talk to you again. It's been a while. Dan is famous, and you hate him for this, for wearing the hoodies underneath the
Sport
blazers.
coat.
Yeah. You know what I saw over the weekend?
What now?
They are selling hoodie dickies to wear underneath
like the fake
blazers.
hoodie,
Yeah.
almost?
So it's all built in?
It's
Is it
its
like a tank
own
top
piece
hoodie?
of clothing.
Clothing, okay.
Yeah, so you put the hoodie dickie on over your chest, and then,
Yes.
Dan, you could put your blazer on over that, so your hoodie is not affecting your shoulder room
You're
in
not
your blazer.
sweaty.
Oh.
Trendsetter. That's all I got to say. Just setting trends. Unlike Tommy, I shop in the adult section.
Oh!
Come on, Dan,
Hot
please.
zinger.
Please, Dan, he's already down. Don't kick him so hard.
Happy New Year, everybody.
All right, Dan, get back to your sick kids. CPS is on the way. You're taking too much time with us.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys.
But here, before we go, because I mean, Dan's got some great takes that are the same as yours, which is probably really good for his career. Let's say, Dan, I love everything that you and Jenna and Mittens do on 13 Wham. But I want that coverage plus some more. Where is there a place I could find that, Dan?
There is. There's a YouTube channel called Buffalo Plus. All of my bad takes that I agree with Tommy are on there. New podcast up. We kind of preview the Broncos Bills game. Also, this Thursday at the Thirsty Turtle in Victor, we're doing our live podcast from 5 to 7. So if you want to stop out and do
get
Thirsty
autographs
Turtle in Victor, so we'll do that.
Right.
Or not.
And bring one of those sticks with like a string on the end to keep Catalana busy the whole time.
Oh my gosh!
How about one of those
This
laser
is great.
pointers?
No, don't distract him during the pod.
Dan, always great to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
Yeah, always. I hope I brought the energy after you called me out, so I appreciate it.
I think
always,
that Dayquil kicked in.
Yeah, take that. And he shops in the men's section.
That's it. Appreciate it, guys. Talk to you Monday.
See you, buddy. Take care. There goes Dan.
Zinger Fates.
Zinger Fates. That's it. That's what we're calling him.
That's just
from
like
now
a
on.
Southern coach.
Yeah, you're right. But like a small, southern Mississippi.
Yeah.
Here comes Zinger Fates, lead his team. Let's take a break. You are a man who loves high-end things.
Oh, yeah, try to.
You are a man who loves seafood.
Mm-hmm.
But even you, I don't think, would have the balls, even with the money, to spend what you would have to spend to put your mouth around this. You heard what I said.
High-end fish.
You heard what I said. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You're a man that loves fancy.
Mm-hmm.
You're a man that loves seafood.
Oh, yeah.
But even you, if you had the scratch to spend, which you don't,
Yeah.
you'd have to be an idiot to spend this much money on one meal.
Oh, wait, it's just a meal.
Well, it would be made into a meal, but I'm guessing if it costs this much to get your hands on the whole thing, anything coming off it.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We are back. We are live. We missed you. How much sushi did you eat while we were on break?
A couple.
Yeah?
Couple pieces.
Couple sushi?
Yeah.
Couple
of hits.
You don't do the Feast of the Seven Fishes, even though you're
No.
Okay.
Couldn't get a hold of your mom. That would make it 8.
Thank you. He takes a couple days to warm up, in case you guys.
Not your mama.
So annually, fun fact, and I think we've talked about this on the air
You
before.
didn't believe me when I told you this the first time.
There is a New Year's auction at a place called the Toyushu Fish Market.
It's in Tokyo, right?
Yeah, in Tokyo, yes. So it's like the place to be for all of the most expensive, biggest, high-end fish.
It's like the Rolls Royce of a fish auction.
Did you see the story I'm about to tell you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So on New Year's Day, a tuna, bluefin tuna, that was the size and weight of a standard motorcycle was put up for auction. And the way this works is...
Minus the rider.
The way this works is high-end sushi restaurants show up and they bid on these fish to have the clout of having the most expensive, fanciest
this is the
fish.
number one.
You got it.
Kingfish.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Would you like to guess what let me see how heavy it was because I had it in front of me and I blew it. It's a 608-pound bluefin tuna the size of a motorcycle. Do you want to guess what this fish was auctioned off for?
I mean, I don't even know where to start. I don't know what the norm is. I'll say $1 million.
$1 million. You weren't that far off.
Okay.
$1.3 million.
I know.
This fish.
I think it's a record, right, all time?
No. Actually, the record for fish sold at this auction happened a couple of years ago. They got $2.1 million for a 612-pound bluefin tuna. Oh, I'm sorry. That was in 1999.
Wow.
So I don't even know what that is adjusted for inflation.
Yeah.
All right, Tommy. Now, we know you don't have the money for this kind of fish. But even if you did, you'd have to be a massive sucker.
Something that it's either you're going to go bad or you got to eat it.
Well, because you're not going to buy the whole fish.
No, you're just going to go to a sushi bar, a high-end sushi bar, and eat it.
But I can't imagine what a piece of this fish is going to cost.
Well, it's going to be like booze or like wine. I guess like booze is the only thing I could compare it to. Like you would go out and get $1,000 bottle of something, and it would cost you $200 a shot.
Okay.
But I guess my question is what makes it rare the size of it, or is it a specific type of fish that's rare to catch?
I think it's a combo of
It's like
both.
a grade. It's like the quality of the meat on the fish.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, they have several pictures of them cutting the fish up, which I did not need to see. The guy's holding the fish's head, and the fish did not look like he was participating in this at all.
I also, I don't know. Can I tell the difference if I'm eating it in a sushi roll too?
Hope so.
Well, that's what I'm asking because you're not just eating it straight up.
No, by the way, I keep saying sushi. Maybe they do prepare this in a different way. It's just there are sushi
I think
restaurants.
it's sushi grade is what they call it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, Tommy, if you had the money, would you spend it to try some of this tuna?
I think so. I mean, if you have the money, I bet you can rub it in other people's face.
No, but nobody cares that you ate one of the world's most expensive
But
tunas.
sushi dicks do. So you could rub it in a sushi dick's face.
I mean,
and that's kind of fun.
But you are a sushi dick, and you don't know. You can't explain the difference.
No, but I could say I had it and you didn't, so you suck.
But like, let's say you go to, I mean, you live in Pittsford, so it's not out of the question that you go to like the Pittsford pub and you sit down in a bar next to a guy who just traveled to Tokyo.
Yeah.
And his business paid for him to try one of these most expensive fishes. And he starts telling you the story.
Yeah.
Do you care?
No, he's a dick.
Okay, so then why would you
But I
want
want to be that dick too.
Like, there are some, I believe, scams that exist with food. This feels like a scam.
No, it's fish. You can't scam fish.
No, what I'm saying is, like, there's no way it's worth that amount when I say scam.
But how do you justify wine or alcohol?
But I also think those are scams, right? And, like, when it comes to, like, Wagyu beef is another one of them.
That's the big one.
Not to pick on, the entire continent of Asia.
Right.
But, like, I don't believe that the price of Wagyu beef, authentic Wagyu beef, can be worth what you have to spend to try.
Right, but I guess dicks drive the price, right?
Sure, that's what I mean. Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I mean, look, I've said this to you before. I'm convinced that any dime you spend over $50 on a steak, prepared steak for yourself, is a scam.
Yeah, probably. But you're paying for the presentation and the joint you're in.
Who cares?
The waiter's dressed up in a tuxedo.
Who cares?
And they're nice to you.
What do I need that for?
Well, it's part of the ambiance.
Man, you are such a sucker when it come to this stuff, man. Sucker? Why are you such a sucker?
I had a buddy of mine.
Uh-huh.
Big, West Side kid.
Yeah.
Never had much.
Sure.
Goes to London.
Ooh.
Now he's big time.
Fancy town.
Now he's big time, right? Goes into a bar. Somebody turns him on to Japanese whiskey.
They gave it to me. I didn't buy it.
And now you're hooked.
Yeah, well, it's okay, but I'm not drinking on a regular basis.
Because you can't. But you had it.
We tried it the other day.
Nope. Okay, you're right. Yeah, right. By the way, which I do feel bad about that. Quick
What?
sidebar. Kimmy and Tommy being very kind got me a bottle of Japanese whiskey.
You're welcome.
Amazing.
Wow, the price.
By the way, but my dad tried it too, so the bottle's gone. But
You mix it with Coke.
I would have lost my effing mind. But I was telling Kimmy,
Yeah.
I wanted Tommy to be able to try it, and we hadn't drank on the show in a decade.
I know.
So I go, let's crack this thing open.
Yeah.
So I pour, and I thought he was going to have a splash of it just to get the taste
Just
of
a
it.
little sip.
So I go, say when? It's like, bloop, bloop, bloop.
That wasn't that much.
Kimmy?
I mean, you were sipping on it for a
Oh, it
little
was
while.
like 2
It
ounces.
was more than a sip.
It was about a 2 ounce.
But here's the thing, and I don't
Possibly.
mind. I don't mind. Like, I would have given you half the bottle had you asked for it. But, like, I'm like, oh, okay, we're actually drinking. I thought we were just tasting it.
Yeah.
So I have mine here. We're both drinking it neat, right? And I'm drinking it like I would a glass of whiskey, and you're just, like, nursing it. So
Well,
I didn't.
you want to check it out.
No, I understand, but
Chug-a-lug,
I
Joe.
didn't realize it. 10 minutes, mine's gone. Your whole glass is still sitting there.
Yeah.
And I was kind of feeling it in that 6 o'clock hour.
It had a
Got
punch.
a little toasty.
And I'm like, oh, my God.
Kimmy had a little shot, right?
I did.
Yeah. But no, thank you for accidentally getting me drunk because I thought we were in this together.
You offered it.
No, I wanted you to try it. I
very
just
generous.
didn't think you were a drunk.
Thank you so much.
much-
Didn't think you were a
As
drunk.
much of a drunk as you used to be. Yeah, let's try it. Glurk, 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 glurk. Hey, can I have half your Christmas present I just got you? I mean, Kimmy, would you be impressed if Tommy had one of the most expensive fishes in the world? Would you listen to that story?
Well, okay. I know Tommy loves fish. He wants to tell you about which type of fish are in season, what you should be eating, and how, when. So I guess like if it was gonna come from somebody, I know he would appreciate
Class
the fish
guy.
that he's eating.
Did not say that. Okay, so you would listen to that story.
I think I might. I might get
Went down to the sushi bar in my shacket. Had some shacket sushi.
Shacket sushi. Did you go to the rotating sushi restaurant?
No.
Bro,
It's the one thing I
Let's go for lunch
I had
one
all this
day.
time off, and I
Go by
wanted to
yourself.
go. I couldn't pull the trigger because
Why?
I had family in town.
Okay.
My wife doesn't want to go because she doesn't like it, and I couldn't figure out when I was going to do it. And I was going to go by myself one day,
Yeah.
and I never pulled the trigger. I
Why?
was so pissed off. I'm dying to go into that joint.
No, I mean, what's sad about a man your age sitting by himself at a conveyor belt sushi bar just
Nothing at
picking
all, right?
stuff off? We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. that's going to be a Rapperoo.
Radio Monday, back at it, Rapperoo.
Yep, in the break room here, CMF. It makes tomorrow Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's probably that new hot segment.
What's it called?
What's Kimmy doing in the hood?
Oh, no, I think we're renaming the segment Pat Wins Every Week. Because I'm on a back-to-back heater, bro, and we're looking to make it 3 straight.
You've been off for a little bit. You might have cooled off.
Ooh.
Or I had time to rest up my brain, son. So, am I ahead of Tommy on the start chart right now?
Yes.
No, we're dead even.
No, you only have 3. Pat has 4.
Ah, it hurts so good.
So Pat,
come on, baby, make it hurt so good. Sorry.
Pat and Pete are tied for the lead with 4 stars each.
Oh, how the
Hey,
turn.
clap for yourself.
How the turntables.
You're holding down
turn.
second place with your 3 stars.
Second place is pretty good. Tied with a bunch of other people. Pretty good. Pretty good.
You're tied with a bunch of other Pete.
Until
Pete.
tomorrow.
People.
Pete pull. So, yeah, Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app. She's going to remove all the street names, town references, read it out loud. You can all try and guess. I'm going to win. Look, it's amazing. You had a lot to say in months previous.
I'm resting up, bro.
Yeah, you're resting up?
I'm gonna pounce tomorrow.
What does not resting look like for you?
I don't know.
Okay. So we'll get to that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here, where they whining, in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who it feels like is already sick of us after the 2-week break one day.
I've just been so distracted by those headphones all morning. Like there are buttons on them on the sides that I want to push.
I don't want to press them.
Yeah.
Wait, are there buttons?
Yes. There's like 3.
Oh, Jesus. Don't do that again.
I don't know if they're buttons, but they look like buttons.
Yeah. What?
You just look like such an idiot.
Bro, there's not a lot of choices for old school headphones.
I know you. You thought they looked retro and kitschy, and you wanted it to fit your outfit. I know you. Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't know. I don't know what kitschy is. Is that a religion?
Yes. For Tommy Muley, who will be fighting the Red Baron in his plane with those headphones coming up.
King Kitsch.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning to the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.